Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka.
He hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6.
Beautifully driven, the off drive, back down the ground for 4.
Bowles, struck on the pad, that looked plumb. He's been given.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
With a 3-0 lead in the 5-match T20 series against Sri Lanka, World Cup champions Australia have already wrapped up the series with wins in Sydney and Canberra. They head to Melbourne for the 4th T20 with a luxury to try a few different things ahead of a home World Cup in October. The big 3 bowling unit of Cummins, Hazlewood and Stark will all be rested ahead of the tour of Pakistan. So Aaron Finch has a few challenges as to what sort of combinations he wants to try ahead of the World Cup in Australia later this year. Hello, welcome to Grandstand Cricket. Bit of rain around in Melbourne earlier today, but the sun has come through and the lights are on. A bit of a cool breeze coming from the south and temperatures around 20 degrees. I'm Matt Clinch, to be joined in commentary by Corbin Middlemass alongside Dirk Nannis and Kristen Beams. But firstly, let's head out to the middle. Short time ago, Shane Warne was there to conduct the toss with the 2 captains.
I've got the 2 skippers here with me and the wonderful match referee in David Boone. Finchy, you've got the coin. Tails is the call. It's a head. Finchy, you've won the toss. What are you going to do, mate?
We're going to have a bowl first, mate.
Any reason for that?
I can tend to skid on under lights a little bit here at the MCG. It looks like a really even surface and quite on the dry side, so we think that that'll play into our hands.
You've had a good series, you've won the series, but there's 2 games to go. What are you looking to achieve in these next 2 games?
Just a bit more improvement. We're a little bit sloppy in the first 2 games at various times. Last game I thought we were really close, but yeah, just keep bedding down the basics of the game and continue to keep winning, hopefully.
And you're happy so far?
Oh, not bad. I'm always a bit grumpy as captain if you ask any of the boys, but that's part and parcel of the job. But yeah, we've got a couple of changes tonight, so it's great to see Jai Richardson back into the side after a little while out, and Adam Zampa's back in.
Okay, great. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers. You would have bowled first too, David?
Absolutely. Looks like a slow pitch, so would have bowled first.
And what about, you know, you've lost the series so far, but there's still a lot to achieve, as I was saying to Aaron, with the 2 games to go.
Yeah, we played some good cricket, competitive cricket, but still you need to win. So hopefully win will make us all comfortable before coming to the World Cup.
And your bowling's been fantastic in this series. So just a bit of an improvement in the batting. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. Always it's been a concern in the top of the order, so hopefully it will come good in this game.
All right, good luck tonight, mate.
Thanks.
The news from the toss is that Australia have won the toss and will elect to bowl.
So as they did in Canberra on Tuesday night, Australia winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Matt Clinch alongside former left arm quick Dirk Nannis with you on ABC Radio. Dirk, welcome. Describe the pitch as we look down from our broadcast position here on level 3.
Well, when you first came to the ground today, it looked almost like a strip of concrete. It is so different to other pitches that you see. It's just this stark white, looks like a traditional MCG one-day pitch that is true, fantastic for batting. They're saying the pitch is a fraction on the slow side and a bit dry, yes, but given that colour, you would think that it's certainly going to be a bit higher scoring than the games we've seen so far in this series. So
Australia make the 2 changes with Pat Cummins obviously being rested on Tuesday night. So Jai Richardson and Adam Zampa come back in for Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Stark. The other 2 of the quicks who are going to take a break before the tour of Pakistan. So Jai Richardson's a good story, playing his first game since the Adelaide Test, where he was unlucky to not play more after Scott Boland got hot at the MCG.
He has been unlucky, hasn't he? But, you know, he missed out through injury and then Boland just came onto the scene like a house on fire. It's good to see him out there because when he's been playing T20 cricket again, he's looked fantastic. I think he's really well cut out for this format. I think this pitch is going to suit him. What an embarrassment of riches Australia have got at the moment in the fast bowling department and also the spin bowling department in the way that you can get Zampa and Agar into the same team. I'll be interested to see what happens with Ashton Agar down to open the batting again for the 2nd time. It's an experiment. It's an unusual one. It's got a few people scratching their heads. You can see what they're trying to do, trying to get almost a pinch hitter up the top and see whether it works or not. Didn't come off the other night. He was none off 4 or 5 balls, which isn't really what you want someone in that position. You want them striking straight away from the start. So I'll be really curious to see whether that can pay off on what is a far better surface than what we saw in Canberra.
It's been a tough tour for Sri Lanka. COVID on arrival. They lost Hasaranga, who's obviously their best bowler when it comes to the spin format. So they're starting 11. Danushka Ganatilaka, Patham Nasanka, Charith Asalanka, Kumez Mendez is still there. Dinesh Chandimal, Dasun Shanaka, the captain. Jamika Kunaratna. Jeffrey Vandersay is the leg spinner who gets his opportunity. Dushmata Chamira, Mahesh Dikshana. And the one change for them with Tharasha suffering the side strain is Lahiru Kamara comes in and gets his opportunities. So we don't know too much about the right arm quick, but he can bowl some pretty quick speeds. I think he played out here the last time Sri Lanka was out in the T20 format. Can bowl around 140 kilometres, so a bit of pace.
Sri Lanka's bowling has been really good. I've loved the variety that they've brought. They've been a fantastic challenge. I thought the spinners the other night in Canberra were exceptional. First ball of the innings really landing it on the spot and getting the wicket of McDermott. But they just haven't been backed up with the batting. The batting's been poor. They're sort of hit or miss. 4-6 or out, it seems, at times. They just don't really compile the ones and twos and manipulate the field like you would expect a team to really compete at this level. And that's the challenge for them moving forward. Can they develop that aspect of their game? Because you need it in Australia. It's just, it can't be all boom bash here. That with these bigger grounds, you also need to manipulate and get your ones and twos. And that's what they've missed so far.
And that's the stats that have stood out. 35 consecutive dots in Game 3, 49 dot balls in Game 2, and 57 in Game 1. So the ability to just be able to rotate the strike and put the Australian bowlers under pressure.
Exactly right. And that's, as a bowler, you get into a groove, and if you know you're not being punished, it's so easy to bowl in those conditions. So that's the challenge. And that's the challenge for every team. As soon as you're getting those sorts of numbers that you were saying there with dot balls across an innings, you're in massive trouble. And 120 is never winning you a game of cricket in Australia in T20.
As the Australians make their way out onto the MCG, some smoke going off on either side of the tunnel in which that takes place, and the light show as well with the fireworks down at the Great Southern Stand end, with the daylight still beating down. So the Australian 11, Ashton Agar, to be joined by Ben McDermott at the top of the order. Aaron Finch to bat number 3. Said in the presser he may end up batting as low as 5 come Sunday. Turks, I'll get your thoughts on that. Glenn Maxwell at 4, Josh Inglis, Marcus Stoinis, Matthew Wade, Daniel Sams, Jai Richardson, Kane Richardson, and Adam Zampa. So still no Moses Henriques. Can't get a crack in the Australian batting middle order.
Should probably get a go at some stage, shouldn't he? I find this whole experimentation with the batting order really curious. Are they scratching around and trying to find a spot for Ashton Agar to be in the starting 11 come the World Cup? Are they trying to get someone to play that sort of a pinch hitting role and not really worry too much about his wicket, but just have someone play out there and try and strike at 170 from the start? It doesn't matter whether he comes off or not, as long as his strike rate's okay, you're not really losing anything. I just wonder whether that's the type of role they're trying to get him to fill. But with so many power hitters across that Australian team, you wonder whether you really need it.
So the 2 Sri Lankan openers have made their way out. Danushka Ganatilaka, whose top score so far has been 9, so 3 single-digit scores so far for him. And Patham Nasanka, who had 73 in the second T20, so we'll be hoping to emulate that in order to try and get Sri Lanka close. Daniel Sams is going to get the new ball to start proceedings from the members' end. So, as we saw with Marcus Stoinis, a chance to try a few things, Dirk, in these last 2 T20s. The all clear and the play's been given. A slip and a gully for Sams, who starts proceedings, and Nasanka plays it onto the offside, just out to gully, and is able to scamper through for a single. Sri Lanka on the board, none for 1.
Really interesting field to start with a super square third man and really square. It's not really fine legs, more deep backward square on the leg side there. It makes you think maybe they're thinking straight away this really is a slow pitch and that ball's not going to go super fine on this surface.
So, of course, the opening 6 overs of the power play, so 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. This is where Sri Lanka's really struggled to get off to a firing start. Sams at the stop of his mark, comes in to Ganatilaka, back of a length, he defends it into the offside, where it's fielded at cover point. Marcus Stoinis doing the fielding. Still
Having
getting
trouble
a bit of that
with
smoke
the
coming
smoke
through.
coming into my eyes from fireworks.
Yep, it's the whole experience here on a Friday night at the MCG, where the crowd has made their way in. What do you reckon? Probably 3,000 or 4,000 at this stage. A lot of them below us in the MCC members or around in the Ponsford stand. Great Southern stand is not open at the moment. As Sams comes in, Gunnar pushes it into the offside. This time he's able to get through for a single with Stoinis all the way back on the circle at cover point. Sri Lanka none for 2 in the opening over.
There'll be a few more than that, I reckon. I just know from playing Shield cricket here that you'll only see 20 people in the crowd, but there'll be 500 behind glass somewhere. Just
somewhere in a corporate area.
Somewhere.
Well, we joked that the bars would be the place to be on a Friday night. I wonder how many of them are open. But yeah, they are up the back of the Ponsford stand, starting to find their seats. So I think you're right. The crowd will push well over 10,000. As Sams comes in, a shorter ball, and Nasanka's able to just pull it down to fine leg. Takes off for the single. And he moves to 2. Sri Lanka none for 3 in the first over.
I think the big improvement over recent years in the Australian fast bowling in T20 cricket has been the ability of all the Australian fast bowlers to bowl change-ups, roll their fingers on the ball and just get the ball doing something a little bit different. I think probably the lack of success in T20 cricket a lot of the time has been through Australian fast bowlers just bowling the same ball time and time again.
Couple of taps of the bat from Gunnar, a full delivery, drives down to mid-on where Glenn Maxwell does the fielding. So a good start from Sri Lanka, none for 4 in the first over. That was always going to be interesting as to who was going to open the bowling with Sams and Kane Richardson, Jai Richardson, Stoinis, Maxwell.
Hardly see Stoinis even get a bowl in Canberra.
I reckon he missed out.
I reckon he even had a bowl.
Stark, Hazelwood, Richardson, Agar, Glenn Maxwell and Sams. Sams none for 18 from his 3 overs as he comes in. Full delivery to Nasanka. He's able to work it off his toes. Down to fine leg. This will take some chasing and it won't be caught. As Marcus Stoinis working around to his right. Couldn't get there. So a good start for Sri Lanka. A boundary and they're none for 8 after 1 over here at the MCG.
Genuine poor ball, particularly with that field. They've got no one finer than deep backward square, so that's just easy pickings. Straying too far on the legs. I was saying the other night that for me the big improvement in Josh Hazelwood's game has been his ability to roll his fingers on the ball either way and just bowl what appears as a batsman to be the same ball time and time again, but it just does something different every time off the pitch.
So Jai Richardson's going to get the new ball at the Great Southern Stand end of the MCG. His last T20 was against New Zealand in Wellington in March. It's 1 for 19 there and hasn't been featured since the Adelaide Test, despite having a good BBL for the Perth Scorchers when he wasn't with the Test side. So there's a slip in Finch. Backward point, which is Agar. As Jai Richardson comes in, right arm over the wicket, down the leg side, and Gunnar is able to work it backward of square for a single. He's going to come back for 2. The throw is a bit wide in the end, as it gathered by Daniel Sams in the deep. And Wade had to gather it in front of the stumps.
There's no question this is an unusual international experience here in Melbourne. Crowd-wise, build-up. Even amongst a lot of cricket fans in Melbourne, they have no idea that this game's actually on. It's a strange sequence of events.
The 2 fielders outside the circle are down at deep third and deep square leg. As Jai Richardson comes in, bowls to Gunnar who's going to swing through the offside. He misses. Wade takes it behind the stumps. So backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, short fine leg. And Adam Zampa's down at deep third. Gunnar on 4. Nasanka is on 6. Sri Lanka none for 10 in the second over. Seen regularly they've been 2 down in the second or third over. Unable to capitalise on the power play. Richardson comes in to Gunatilica, who's looking to push it back down the pitch, but Richardson's able to do the fielding.
And exactly what we saw with that ball there, that it was just a straight ball, but it's defended straight down the pitch. I think that's where they need to improve. They just need to find a way to manipulate the ball to turn those straight defensive shots into a single. Somehow, just find a way to get that into the wide open space on the leg side, or drop it in front and run.
Jai Richardson comes charging in once more. Gunatilica plays it down to mid-off for a single, where Kane Richardson does the fielding. So Gunatilica to 5, Sri Lanka none for 11 in the second over. Matt Clinch and Dirk Nannis with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, via the ABC Listen app and via the Test Match Special on the BBC after Australia won the toss as Aaron Finch decided that his side would have a bowl again.
Pitch seems to be playing well. It is such a strange looking pitch when you get used to the test pitches that you see over the summer. These one-day pitches are so markedly different. When you show up at the ground and you can see it almost looks like it's a strip of concrete, isn't it? Yeah. Really, from where we are.
Looks very pale and a good batting deck. Jai Richardson comes in. Nasanka's forward and defending it into the offside. So none for 11 with one ball to come in the second over. Nasanka on 6, Gunatilica on 5.
And it is the strike rate for the Sri Lankans that really lets them down. You go down the list of their strike rates. Nasanka averages 30 but strikes at 115. He's got the highest strike rate of the highest average of all the Sri Lankan batsmen.
The other one who we haven't seen a lot of is Charithis Asalanka, who is sort of one of their up-and-coming, 24 years of age, has played well against Zimbabwe and other series, but haven't fired here in Australia. Jai Richardson comes in, back of the length, and this time Nasanka's able to work it off his pad. Backward of square to take off for a single. Zampa does the fielding. End of the over, and after 2 overs, Sri Lanka are none for 12.
To be fair, it's a bit of a step up in class. Suddenly you get
a little, yeah.
Bouncy conditions, and you've got Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood coming at you. It's a completely different world. But this will be a fantastic experience for the Sri Lankan team to play this many games and do all the training that they've been doing out here in Australia prior to the World Cup. They'll be learning a lot, taking a lot away. I think they've got the bowling attack to compete. I just think we need to see them rotating the strike more, finding a way to manipulate the ball into the gaps and turn these dots into ones and twos.
So 4 off that first over from Jai Richardson, and now we're going to see Kane Richardson into the attack. Man of the match with 3 for 21 in Canberra. So it felt like it was either going to be he or Mitchell Stark. And they've decided to give Kane Richardson an opportunity here. Richardson comes in over the wicket, and it's edged, and it's just wide. And Nasanka will get the boundary. Zampa was, all the way back on the edge of the circle. Not in a traditional slip spot, almost at a short third, and in the end it was well wide of him. Nasanka to 11, Sri Lanka none for 16 in the third over.
A nick between second and third slip, perhaps, if you're working out what angle that ball went, and it's still too fine for Zampa to scamper and get it.
Richardson in once more, and Nasanka chops down on it, plays it out backward a point. He's able to quickly take off for the single and comfortably gets through as Jai Richardson moves around to do the fielding. Nasanka to 12, Sri Lanka none for 17 in the third over. Interesting where Matthew Wade's sort of standing all the way at the back of the circle, so it's feeling like he's getting pretty good carry off this MCG deck.
Again, it's such a strange fielding position that Nasanka has, that the Australians have got for when Nasanka's on strike.
Richardson over the wicket, short ball, Gunatilica hits him back down the ground. Massive shot for 6.
That's a serious shot. Backing back a little bit, almost walking at Richardson, and that's just a straight flat bat, isn't it? A horizontal bat shot, ball, if he was standing in his guard position, is probably almost a bouncer just outside the off stump, and wow.
over the left of the sight screen and bouncing just before the fence. This is looking a very good batting deck. Sri Lanka none for 23. Kane Richardson back of the length. This time Gunatilaka drops it down. Wade gathers behind the stumps. Took a throw at the strikers there and he missed. Maxwell was backing up. So through for the single, Gunatilaka to 12. Sri Lanka none for 24 in the third over.
And this is good, this strike rotation. Again here we see this deep backward point from Nasanka. And Kane Richardson bowling, well, he hasn't really bowled slower balls so far. They've all had pace on, and so you would think the ball's going to go finer than deep backward point.
12 off the over so far. Richardson comes in. Nasanka just works it off his toes. Backward a point for a single. So Nasanka 13. Sri Lanka none for 25 with one ball to come in the third over.
Sure, there's a straightforward... You just wish you had a line down to the coaches or the captain just to say, what are you thinking now? I'm sure there's an adequate reason behind it.
So you reckon rather than mic the players up, should mic the coaches up? What is he trying to execute here? Kane Richardson comes in. Gunatilaka, he pulled it in the end and it lands just outside the 30-yard circle at square leg. He didn't quite time that well and was able to comfortably get through for the single as Ashton Agar came racing up from the deep. So Gunatilaka on 13, Nasanka on 13 as well. Sri Lanka none for 26 after 3 overs. An expensive over for Kane Richardson, going for 14 after Australia won the toss and elected to field.
One thing Australia have been very predictable in is the way they've been unpredictable with who's going to bowl the next over. They chop and change it all around and it's become almost the par for the course. Not giving any bowler a second over in a row.
So Aaron Finch has decided he's going to try and see if there's any spin on this pitch. Why not? So Glenn Maxwell's going to get an opportunity here. Both he and Ashton Agar are in the Australian lineup alongside the more recognised Adam Zampa as a leg spinning option. Just bowled the one over in Canberra, where Sri Lanka none for 26. Around the wicket, Maxwell comes in. Moving forward, Gunatilaka is hit on the pad as it's going down leg side. What's Maxwell's approach here? Try and fire them in low and fast.
I reckon he'll toss one up and try and get one up long off.
Gunatilaka taking a big stride forward, looking to sweep. Once more, can't quite get the timing as he's hit on the body.
A couple of darts into the legs. It's not really turning massively. It's not a massive turner of the ball generally, but he can get the odd one to turn if he throws it up a fraction.
Just looking for long off to move around a little bit as Maxwell comes in around the wicket. Off the toe of the bat, Gunatilaka is able to play it backward a point. Not sure that's exactly where he was intending to hit it. They turn and come back for a couple as Aaron Finch does the fielding. And in the end, they're going to pick up 3. None for 29 with Gunatilaka on 16 in the fourth over.
Not a bad option, really, to bring Maxwell on when the left hand is in strike. Find yourself 3 balls into the over, only 3 on the board, no damage done. This is a fantastic looking pitch.
So there's a deep mid-wicket and Aaron Finch fielding at a backward square leg. He's sort of halfway between the 30-yard rope and the boundary. As hitting hard is Nasanka down the ground over Kane Richardson's head at mid-on and across the rope for 4. Sri Lanka none for 33 in the fourth over as Nasanka moves to 17 from 9 deliveries.
Fraction of width. Not really bowling to his field with the 2 men out on the square boundary down at on the leg side.
Right-handed Nasanka this time works back in his crease, just plays it along the deck backward of square. He's able to pick up a single. None for 34. Nasanka to 17. 18. Glenn Maxwell so far 8 off this first over. So moving Sams to a deep mid-wicket. He's got Finch at a backward point right on the circle. As Maxwell comes in, Hit down the ground by Gunatilaka just for a single down to long off, where Kane Richardson will do the fielding. Sri Lanka none for 35 after 4 overs, with Nasanka on 18, Gunatilaka on 17. So going at just under 9 and over so far on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital via the ABC Listen app, and of course to our friends listening on the BBC through Test Match Special.
Apart from a few dot balls where they're just straightforward defensive shots in the first few overs, they've really turned it now. Rotating strike well. These two appear to be reasonably well set already. I think that's an indication of how good this pitch is. Going to see Ashton Agar into the attack. Already the 5th bowler used in 5 overs.
1 for 14 from his 4 overs in Canberra.
Very different surface. That was a difficult place to bat and score freely.
He's picked up 44 wickets, Agar, from his 42 T20 internationals. Found himself out of the World Cup side early in the tournament, trying to fight his way back in. Comes here bowling to Gunatilaka. It's hard down the pitch again. Agar did well to get his body behind that. Don't think it was in the air by the time it got to Agar. It was hit hard though. I think he got it on the half volley. Gunatilaka on 17, back in his crease, looking to open up the offside, ends up defending. Into the covers where Agar races out to his right to do the fielding.
Such a cagey bowler. As soon as he saw batsman moving out to leg side, he fired it in at the body.
Left arm orthodox. Gunatilaka gets it off the outside edge, should be caught, and Finch takes the catch at point. Gunatilaka out for 17, and Sri Lanka a 1 for 35 in the 5th over.
Well, this was a length that he was actually waiting on. He tried to hit it too hard. Tried to smoke that over the fence and just got a lame dismissal in the end. It's this limp top edge to point. Australia get there first. Again, Ashton Agar is exceptional. Look at his record and you just wonder why he hasn't played more. It's averaging 21, going at only 6.3 and over in this format. They're fantastic numbers.
So 1 for 35, that's the best Sri Lankan opening partnership for the series. Previously 1 for 17, 1 for 3, 1 for 3. So at least it gives them a little bit of a platform as Charith Asalanka makes his way out to the middle. In fact, Kusal Mendez has come in at number 3.
A little bit of a change-up.
So Mendez, who missed the first couple of T20s after picking up COVID arriving in Australia, posted 4 in the 3rd T20 in Canberra. And they were able to cross, so Nastanka is on strike. Ashton Agar finally able to get the breakthrough for the Australians in the 5th over. So he's got deep mid-wicket and Glenn Maxwell at long off. Sri Lanka 1 for 35 as Agar comes in. Nasanka's forward, getting an outside edge as it's fielded. It's short third. And Jai Richardson does the fielding.
A little bit of change up with Kusal Mendez coming in at 3. Once again, you'd love to have a little chat to the coaches and see what they're thinking. Why?
Catch it. Agar around the wicket. It's hit up in the air just over a reaching left hand from Ashton Agar. And Nasanka gets through for the single. He's 19, but Ashton Agar in the game at the moment. Sri Lanka 1 for 35. Just off the bottom edge of the bat. Agar at full stretch with the left arm out and just cleared his fingertips. They're the ones in the gym, you're doing the squats and the box jumps to try and take those sort of catches.
Onto the plyo boxes. Yeah, that's more something that the keepers have to do.
Just the 1 run coming off this over, plus a wicket, as Agar bowls to Mendez, who defends into the offside. And a dot to finish with. A very good over for the Australians. Sri Lanka 1 for 36. Dirk Nannis is with you on Grandstand Cricket. In a moment, he'll be joined by Corbin Middlemass.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Clenchy. So 1 for 36, Sri Lanka. Asanka on 19 and Kushal Mendis, the new bat. Artificial light not yet taking over the Aussies in their black T20 strip. Jai Richardson, who went for just 4 off his first over, is back from the southern end. Evening, Dirk.
Evening, Corbin. Good to be with you.
Just back of a length and a little chopper from the Sanka as he just gets it to short fine leg. An underarm attempt from English just misses as he hurries out after it. So single taken, 1 for 37, Nasanka to 20, and Mendis just arriving. He replaced Gunatilaka, who was out in the previous over. Caught Finch, bowled Agar for 17. The openers putting on 35 for the first wicket.
Gee, I was just talking off air with Kristen Beams. Ashton Agar is exceptional. Just his ability to bowl the ball that the batsman isn't expecting. He just seems to do it time and time again. Such a cagey performer.
Mendez about to face his second delivery. He's got Richardson hustling into him, and he's just defending late. Or squirts into the gully. Fielded there by Inglis on the bounce. Guess the question is, Dirk, why isn't he in the team all the time then? The 20-over version of the game.
Well, you've got Zampa, who's exceptional as well. And I think you always need to pick your 5 best bowlers. I think Australia have got the ability to chop and change a little bit in that they've got Maxwell and Stoinis bowls a few here and there. And
Jai in again to Mendez. Again playing late out to point. Chopping down on it. No run.
When you've got someone else that you can get a couple of overs out of here and there, I guess your tendency is to go with what you think is your best bowlers, which in Australia are generally speaking those quicks. But I just wonder whether Ashton Agar's got probably a bit more of a case to play a bit more. I wonder whether that's why they put him up to open, frankly, to find a way to keep him in their side, to give him more than just the bowler.
Mendez awaits Jai, clips him to mid-wicket on the bounce again to McDermott. There's no run, so 3 dot balls in a row for Jai. Yeah, I'd be a little nervous if I was one of the bats. And all of a sudden you got Ashton Agar opening. And he can bowl as well. If you think he's a top 6 bat in T20 cricket, which I think there's a few of us that have our doubts on that front, Dirk, but why wouldn't you carry the extra bowler if you can?
Yeah, if you can, absolutely. Tonight, Australia have got 7 bowlers. It's a great luxury to have.
Giant again over the wicket to Mendez, who plays beautifully off the back foot, punches it away backward a point. No one will get to that downhill, and he's off the mark. Kushal Mendez with a boundary, just effortless, playing away from the body, and finds the gap backward a point for 4.
A wonderful strike using the pace of the ball. Richardson bowling with good heat, good pace at the moment, low 140s. Mendis' challenge is really to keep rotating the strike and not get bogged down. It's great to hit these 4s, but you've also got to do something in between hitting the 4s, and that's been the problem for this entire Sri Lankan batting outfit on this tour. Mendis has just got a strike rate of 124 in international T20 cricket.
Richardson last ball of the over on middle stump, and Mendez turns it away to McDermott at mid-wicket. There's no run, end of the over. 5 from it, that is the end of the over. 1 for 41 Sri Lanka after being sent in to bat. 20 for Nasanka. Mendez on 4, the man out. Gunatilaka for 17. Couple of changes for the Aussies. Zampa and Jai Richardson are back. No Hazelwood, no Stark. Rested ahead of the tour of Pakistan. While Lahiru Kamara comes in for Sri Lanka, and the one Fasara is the man who's out injured.
When you think of this Sri Lankan team, you think of the top players of this team. Kushal Mendis, you feel that he, as one of the more experienced players in the team and one of the bigger names, you think that he's numbers would be way better than he is. He averages 18 in this format. That's extraordinary to think that he's still getting a game with that experience and averaging 18 in this format. It's remarkable. I guess it shows why Sri Lanka are ranked so lowly in T20.
Agar new over starting as Nasanka backs away and cuts it out into the deep for one. What was the score there? 1 for 41 after the power play. So the first 6 done. This is the start of the 7th over. Heard your question about the fact that Mendez came in at 3, which is a bit of a head scratcher given they've got the left arm spinner on taking the ball away from the right-hander. There was a left-hander Asalanka scheduled to come in at first drop, and instead he replaces a left-hander to have 2 right-handers at the crease. As Mendez plays away from the body to backward point and there's no run.
Yeah,
doesn't make sense tactically,
no,
does it?
No. And often you can find reason in the madness, but...
Agar around the wicket. Mendez chops down on it out to point. Pick up, throw at the non-striker's end. It's off target from Zampa. And the batters get through for one more. 1 for 43. Mendez to 5.
And again, I'm sure that there's very sound reasons in the change room. We just want to give him an opportunity. You know, we've asked him to go out there and play with freedom or whatever it is.
Just one off his first. Agar darts one in and backing back. Nasanka defends back to the bowler. These are the 2 guys, though, for Sri Lankan cricket going forward. At Nasanka at 23, Mendez at 27 as Agar outside the off stump and Nasanka cuts out to McDermott in the deep for a single. Nasanka a Test 100 on debut earlier this year in 2021 in just 23 years of age, and Kushal Mendez, despite his sort of low numbers in this format, as Dirk said, a much better player than that. Has 7 Test 100s and 2 in 50 over cricket. Agar to him now as Mendez is cutting a little straighter out to deep cover and a single taken. So they've dried them right up here, the Aussies, after a hot start for Sri Lanka. They were no wicket for 35 in the 5th over. And now through 7, 1 for 45. Gunatilaka, the man out for 17. Caught Finch, bowled Agar. Pathan Nasanka is 22 not out. Kushal Mendez is there on 6. A cool night at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And Ashton Agar, superb figures, 2nd game back. Was at one point ranked the best T20 international bowler in the world. 2 overs, 1 for 5. His figures, more from Dirk throughout the night. Former Aussie leg spinner Kristen Beams. Hello, Beamsy.
Hey, Corby, good to be with you, especially when the spinners are in operation.
Yes.
It's always a nice time to come in and talk them up.
We haven't even seen Adam Zampa yet, who starting to establish himself as one of, if not the best spinner in world cricket at the moment in this format of the game.
I was a bit surprised he wasn't picked up in the IPL auction. It's been a bit of a talking point.
I must admit, when Tilkane Richardson came out and said it feels like maybe a bit was held against them for leaving last year at the start of the IPL, it hadn't even crossed my mind. As Maxwell starts a new over around the wicket and a late cut. Picks out the fielder from Mendez. He picks up one more.
Come back across.
A single taken takes the score to 1 for 46. Mendez to 7.
That would be unfortunate for me because performance is king. So I think you may have to make the best decision you can. I think both Zampa and Richardson did that. But he's got a lot to offer in this format, and I think the previous World Cup showed that.
They're back straight and square as Nasanka is cutting again, not quite out the middle of the bat. Picked up by Inglis, doesn't throw. And a single taken on the offside, 1 for 47.
I do always wonder what the #1 spinner thinks when you've got the part-time spin of Glenn Maxwell. Agar's already had a bowl. I know how I'd feel about it, but I wonder if Zampa's taking it better than I would.
Maxwell coming around the wicket. Worked off the pads by Mendez. Backward of the square leg umpire. He'll pick up just the 1 for that. 1 for 48. The other thing is, as we touched on, 7 really genuine bowling options tonight. You're starting to work backwards and think, how am I going to get all my 4 out?
Exactly right. I mean, you wouldn't be too worried if you weren't bowling in the power play as a spinner, but as soon as it gets to the 7th over, I'd be making eyes.
Sanka, the opener, on strike. Quicker one from Maxwell. Tucks it away off his thigh pad. Through mid-wicket. Wants a second. Calls Mendez back. The throw just a little wide from Agar at deep mid-wicket. And they get back for 2. Well run by the diminutive pair for Sri Lanka. And the 50 up for the loss of 1 wicket. Pathan Nasanka is there on 25. Mendez on 8. 1 for 50 in the 8th over.
Their running between the wickets has been better. I think definitely in the first 3 overs we saw a lot more in between the boundaries than what we've seen in previous games. I think they've lost their way a little bit. I think Ashton Agar's had a lot to do with that. There's been a few more dot balls, but I like to see them taking on the fielders, and we've actually seen some error throws from the Australian fieldsmen based on how good the running has been.
Again, just worked off the hit by Nasanka, who'll get a single this time. Just hit it a little harder out to Agar in that same spot at deep mid-wicket. Nasanka to 26, 1 for 51. As the guys touched on earlier, the southern stand not open really at all to the general public. Quicker ball from Maxwell down the track. This is crunched from Mendez. It's wide of long on. It's over the rope anyway. And that's 6 for Kushal Mendez. Sri Lanka move to 1 for 57. He takes Maxwell downtown and over the rope.
That is a great shot. I think you've got to do that with a player like Glenn Maxwell. He's a part-time spinner. He's probably better than a genuine part-timer. But Aaron Finch bringing him on, trying to just get through, sneak through and over if he can. Their ability to get up and down the wicket, to score off every ball, and then to take full toll. That was a good strike. And that'll hopefully make them feel like they've got a little bit more momentum. But just as they're getting some momentum, here comes Adam Zampa.
Maxwell's first over went for 9, his second for 12, so 2 overs for 21. And now Adam Zampa, as Beamsy mentioned, replaces Ashton Agar from the members' end. Crowd's actually better than what I thought from the back of the box. They're very well populated, the Ponsford stand. Don't get me wrong, it's well down on what we've come to expect from a national team playing, particularly in coloured clothing at this time of the summer from years gone by, for example. And it must admit, Beamsy, it feels like the Sri Lankan fans are doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to the crowd numbers.
I think they are. And well, the last time I was here for a T20 was the Women's World Cup T20 final, and
wow,
it was a big crowd.
Yes, there's a few more here that day for sure. Sanka on strike. Zampa first rock to him on middle stump. Turns it just backward a square to Kane Richardson for a single. Moves up from short fine leg to retrieve it. 1 for 58 now. Nasanka to 27.
And I think this is what Sri Lanka have got to do. They can't let Adam Zampa dictate here. So if early on it's about knocking it into a gap and getting up and down the wicket, that is going to be at least a good plan. But they can't just let him settle and allow him to bowl dot balls.
Zampa to Mendez, well flighted, turns it off his pads. Again, just in front of the square leg umpire for 1 as Finch trots over from mid-wicket to collect it. 1 for 59. They were 35 after the first 4, Sri Lanka. Next 3 overs were able to yield just 10 runs. Losing Gunatilaka for 17 in that time. 1 for 59 in the 9th. Nasanka back on strike. He's cutting Zampa out to the sweeper on the offside for 1. Changes Beamsy, so out of necessity, Hazelwood and Stark not making the trip, along with Cummins resting before the tour of Pakistan. So Zampa's back. And our best bowler in recent times, and Jai Richardson, who we've seen a couple of overs from already, 2 overs for 9. Zampa in again to Mendez. Bristly whips it away along the ground between mid-wicket and long on. Flirting with the idea of 2. They'll just get a single. 1 for 60.
It does make me wonder about what their best 11 is going to look like in the T20 World Cup. If everybody's available, how are they actually going to mix and match?
Nasanka on strike. Quicker ball from Zampa, and it's whipped away along the ground out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
So if Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins are all available, are they just straight in, or is it going to be about how they can mix and match across a tournament? I still think they've got a lot of questions, Australia, in the lead up to that tournament about what their best 11 might look like.
Zampa well flighted. Mendez plays off the front foot along the ground down to long on. Another single. 6 singles off the over. 1 for 63, Sri Lanka. Nasanka 29, Mendez 17. Mitch Marsh, obviously the big one to come into the batting's fascinating. And now with Aaron Finch, we saw him do it with the Renegades, and it feels like he's taken it to Australia now where his scoring rate's been slow, and now he's trying to slide himself down the order.
You've got to be careful with that, though, don't you? You slide yourself down the order and out of the team very quickly. And I think as a captain, it's not very often that you actually get the right to dictate a little bit. And I think as a captain, Aaron Finch needs to say, this is the position I'm going to bat. Yes, there might be the occasion, especially if it's a low total, you might change things up a little bit, but I'd like to see him consistently in one spot. Otherwise, yeah, you find yourself out of the team. Nothing less.
Where's his spot? Is it as an opener where he's sort of honed his craft over many years now?
I think so. I think he has to open the batting.
Kane Richardson's back, starts a new over to Mendez, drives along the ground to mid-off. I'll take a single. Stoinis picks up, throws, misses at the non-striker's hand, and they'll get an overthrow. Runs down to McDermott, who's protecting the boundary. And they get 2 for that in the end. Regulation cricket shot, you love to see it, Beamsy, in T20 cricket. Mendez to 19 all of a sudden, 1 for 65, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just leaned on it, lovely shot, and then got rewarded with the aggressive running. Throw comes in, you get the overthrow. It's a really nice shot for 2.
Mendez 19, Nasanka 29, approaching the halfway mark. Richardson short of a length, pulled away, but quite straight. Out to mid-on, Finch fields, and there's no run.
And what you know about Kane Richardson is that, yeah, he might have gone for some runs early on in his spell, but he just has that ability because he's got so many varieties in what he can bowl. He tends to always come back, and next thing you know, you look up and he's picked up 2 or 3 wickets as well. And I think that's the class of someone like a Kane Richardson and why he's so important to this Australian team.
Richardson in again to Mendez, who's squared up and defending, trying to really just drop the ball on the leg side for 1. He plays it back down the pitch to the bowler.
But yeah, is Mitch Marsh, where's he in the lineup? Is he opening? Is he batting at 3? It's always hard to ask you, Corby, as the resident WA.
I would say he's a lock at 3.
Okay. Are you happy with McDermott opening?
I need to ask you these questions,
well,
That's
I'm
why
happy,
you're on that
but I'm Hurricanes at the moment.
Mendez on strike, short ball, picks it up off the top of his grill. Well controlled, a hook shot out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Moves to 21 for 66.
I'm happy with McDermott, more so than I am with Agar, but I was curious with the Agar opening the batting, whether it was a chance to see how they could get him consistently in the 11. And I thought maybe that's something that they see if he's potentially going to be, he can open the batting. Does that mean that they're going to have that extra spin option? He's been good so far tonight.
Richardson in again, bowls to Nasanka, drop and run on the offside. They dart through for 1. Zampa caught wrong-footed moving in from cover point, a single taken. I'll give you a cynical view before I go.
Yeah, go on.
If you put someone like Inglis up the top to open with McDermott and they both come off, that leaves you in a very awkward position when Marsh returns and everyone else is available as to what do you do with Aaron Finch then? If he's not performing up the top and he goes in the middle and Mitch Marsh is back and he doesn't belong there, that's a really tough conversation. As Richardson back of a length, and that's muscled by Mendez over the top of mid-on, over the rope for 6. Kushal Mendez just rocking on the back foot and hammers it down the ground for 6. Sri Lanka 1 for 73. This partnership building beautifully now. Nasanka 30, Mendez 26. More from Beamsy coming up, and Matt Clinch is in next.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I'm thinking of you and the things you do.
Corby, evening Beamsy.
Evening Clinchy.
Getting that nice breeze coming through the commentary box window here. The crowd is continuing to make their way in. A good section of Sri Lankan fans at the bottom of the Olympic stand just to our left, and also that Ponsford stand all of a sudden is starting to get little room for movement. I'm not sure if that's the COVID-friendly way we're meant to do it.
Well, I was thinking, do they then open up the other stands once they get full? But
quite possibly. But that's gone from being, I don't know, quarter, half full. All of a sudden it's 3/4 full. Ashton Agar is going to continue from the members' end here at the MCG. As he comes around the wicket, bowls his first delivery, and Nasanka's able to just work it forward onto the onside forward of square for a single, where Finch does the fielding. 1 for 73 at the 1 for 74 at the start of the 11th over. So just finishing on your conversation from Corby, my question marks. Got Aaron Finch, question mark.
Yep.
Mitch Stark, question mark.
Yep.
Steve Smith, question mark. Agar comes in, Mendez drops it onto the onside, just backward of square. He's able to take off for a single, given the fielders are all the way back at fine leg, and Aaron Finch is more rounded a traditional mid-wicket.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think when he's Steve Smith, definitely is a question mark for me in that middle order, because I think you need that middle order to be really dynamic, and I don't think we've seen that so far. I think he struggled to get into his innings.
Agar comes in, bowls to Nasanka, who's able to hit it down the ground towards Maxwell at long on. They take off for one, come back for two, great throw! Glenn Maxwell's got him cold. What a throw! They're going to go upstairs just to check, but oh dear. I think Mendez is going to be caught short here, thanks to some beautiful fielding from Glenn Maxwell. The two always seem questionable. Not to mention, once you saw it was Maxi charging in.
Well, he's not the one you want to take on in the field. I think their running's been good at times.
Ready to make my decision. Going to the board for out. I repeat, out.
So Kusal Mendez is going to be run out here, courtesy of a great piece of fielding from Glenn Maxwell. And Sri Lanka at 2 for 75.
Well, we knew they needed to be aggressive with their running. There hasn't been enough in between for Sri Lanka. But there's aggressive running and there's nearly stupidity. And for me, when you're taking on the class of a Glenn Maxwell, it's just a little bit too risky in that situation. And that is the breakthrough that Australia needed. Sri Lanka have been going along okay. They certainly haven't been pushing Australia and putting them under too much pressure at this stage. But now you just wonder for Sri Lanka, can they get a partnership going to at least set a really good platform to go in these last back 4 overs?
So Charith Asalanka's come out. He was listed on the team sheet to bat at number 3. He's come out now at number 4. And that's what good teams do, don't they? They create pressure. Maxwell with some great work in the field. Ashton Agar comes in. Nasanka's able to play it to extra cover, where Inglis does the fielding.
And it always seems to be Ashton Agar. He has had the ability to put lots of pressure on these Sri Lankan batters. There's been lots of dot balls. And I think they nearly felt like they needed to try and make something happen. And maybe it was to try and be more aggressive, try and take their twos. There's big pockets out here.
Agar picked up the wicket of Gunatilaka. He's coming in here, bowling to Nasanka, who drives down to long off, where Kane Richardson will do the fielding for a single. So 2 for 75 in the 11th over after Australia won the toss and elected to bowl. Matt Clinch and Kristen Beams with you on Grandstand Cricket.
What I've liked about Ashton Agar so far tonight has been the variation in pace. There's nearly been sort of 13 kilometres per hour difference between when he's taking the pace off his sort of low 90s to up over sort of 103 plus. And that's actually a really hard thing to do as a spinner, to have that kind of variation and still be landing the ball really consistently. And it shows why he's so skillful in this format. Comes from a nice height.
Agar over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Asalanka. He's looking to just play it into the onside, forward of square. Easy runs on offer there, as making sure there was no quick single was Inglis floating around. So the end of the over, Sri Lanka 2 for 78 with Asalanka on 32. Asalanka yet to get off the mark, and Nasanka on 32.
Nasanka's looked good. I think he's probably been the pick of the batters for mine so far in this series. I think he's been willing to take the bowling on, looks aggressive, but also understands he needs to play the long game here. He needs to be the player right now that he's going to be still batting in this back 4 and 5 overs to be able to set the platform that Sri Lanka need to have a competitive total. And Aaron Finch goes to Daniel Sams. Again, we're going to see more change-ups. Lots of different varieties.
So Daniel Sams bowled the opening over of the match from the members' end. That first over went for 8. Now he's into the attack from the Great Southern Stand end with Sri Lanka 2 for 76. Ashanaga having picked up both the wickets. Gunatilaka was out for 17. A top edge which was caught by Finch at point from the bowling of Agar, out for 17 at that stage. Sri Lanka 1 for 35. And Glenn Maxwell with a great piece of fielding in the previous over to run out Kusal Mendez for 27. Sams comes in, bowls to Nasanka, who works it off his pad backward of square. Takes off quickly for the first, and racing up from the deep is Adam Zampa to do the fielding. So just the single, Sri Lanka 2 for 78.
Looks a bit chilly out there, doesn't it?
It does.
See all the guys with their long sleeve tops on it. It can be a little bit tricky at the G when it's a bit cooler. The hands all of a sudden, especially for the spinners, there's probably a hand warmers in the pockets.
How would Sri Lanka be feeling? Let alone the Australians. They'd feel it was cold.
I
Sri
always
Lanka would
love
feel it would
looking
be
at their
incredibly
bench.
cold.
Yeah, I can see lots of towels down there on the Sri Lankan bench.
Hassalanka awaiting Sams. He's looking to lean forward and press it into the offside, just forward of square. Now there's no single as Agar comes racing in from the 30-yard circle. How many times did you play the MCG?
That's a good question. I'd have to ask resident Rick Finlay to tell me how many times I played here. I always found it a really challenging ground because of the pockets. So as a spinner, it was tough.
Hassalanka yet to get off the mark. Hits hard down the ground past Sams, who put his hands up, but he was too slow. And Hassalanka's off the mark. A boundary to start with. Sri Lanka 2 for 82 in the 12th over.
I really like that when they're trying to go straight to get those boundaries. We've seen Kane Richardson taken over mid-on and mid-off time and time again. I think that's the right way to go about it. Keep trying to hit the ball straight, especially when these guys are prepared to get the ball up and full the quicks as well.
I don't feel like we needed to be in the Sri Lankan team meeting to realise the shortest boundaries are down the ground. Sams in to Hassalanka, angling it in. He defends backward a point. Inglis comes racing in from gully to do the fielding.
And that's what makes it tough. I always found as a spinner you're trying to create chances, but it was nearly death by twos. And the stat when I was playing was a lot of times was the team that scored the most twos would generally win the game in one-day cricket in particular. And T20's are a little bit different. But it's just a way that if you're not creating those chances, it's nearly better with smaller boundaries.
So we've got fine leg, third man, deep square, deep cover. As this next delivery comes in to Hassalanka, who gets hit on the body just below the rib cage and just balloons out on the leg side. No single as Sams comes racing down the pitch to do the fielding.
And I think you have to be brave as a bowler here to make sure you are getting the ball up and full, knowing even though it's the shortest boundary, I think it's easy to say, well, you know what, I'm just going to bash a length and get hit out to the leg side or deep on the offside. But it's tough to take wickets that way. The economy might go okay, but you have to take wickets in this format.
Sams in to Hassalanka, a short ball. He's having a rock back, pull it straight down to fine leg where it's fielded by Jai Richardson, just a single. Sri Lanka 2 for 83 after 12 overs. Hassalanka with a boundary in that over and a single. He moves to 5. Nasanka on 34. Matt Clinch and Kristen Beams with you. Just want to go back. My question around Steve Smith is whether can Ben McDermott play that sort of anchor role? So if you lose a couple of quick wickets at the start of an innings, can they find someone who can bring the power but also the versatility to be able to bat through an innings if they lose wickets around him? I'm just not 100% sure with that. And is that underselling someone like Steve Smith?
Yeah, it's a tough question because you look at based on record and career, and I feel like we were having a similar conversation about Elise Perry in the same way that Steve Smith is all class. His record speaks for itself, but I think when you're going into big tournaments, you do have to look on current form and the role that he's going to be playing in the team. And is he the best sort of number 5 for Australia at the moment? I don't think he is. I think there are some other options that can play a role.
Adam Zampa to bowl from the members' end in with his leg spin. To Hassalanka, who goes for a reverse sweep, hit on the pad. Took a big stride forward. Didn't make any contact. Aaron Finch is not interested. Sri Lanka 2 for 83 at the start of the 13th over. Sri Lanka 5 off 7 deliveries. Zampa comes in off a leading edge. They quickly take off with a single as slipping over at short third. It was Marcus Stoinis. He's got a smile as he gets to his feet. Sri Lanka 2 for 84.
Yeah, you do smile as the fielder. The bowler wouldn't be smiling if that had gone through, but you can normally have a giggle as long as it doesn't cost you too much.
So Adam Zampa was rested in Canberra after taking 1 for 26 in the second T20, 3 for 18 in the first. Zampa comes in, rocking back. It's well hit by Nasanka, just backward a point for a single.
Moving.
It's gathered in the deep by Ben McDermott. 2 for 85.
Yeah, I think McDermott is an option in that middle order. I think Moses Enriques is another potential option as well. I think he's been very good for the Sydney Sixers and can play both roles as well.
Zampa flights his next delivery. Sri Lanka drops it onto the onside, forward of square. Wade comes racing out to do the fielding, and they're able to comfortably get home. Some good running between the two Sri Lankan batters there. Sri Lanka to 7, 2 for 86.
They've been able to find the singles, and I think what they really need to try and be able to do now is try and put a little bit more pressure on these Australian bowlers. If they can get a boundary early on in the over, it's going to be a little bit more challenging.
3 off the over so far, a full toss, and Nasanka's able to hit it down the ground to long on for a single to Glenn Maxwell. Rockets the throw into Matthew Wade behind the stumps. 2 for 87 with 1 ball to come in the 13th over.
It just feels like Australia are dictating the start of every over. Every now and then we're seeing a boundary at the back end of the over, and Sri Lanka are having to take a risk, and I'd like to see them be a little bit more brave in the start of the over and put more pressure on an Adam Zampa. He looks up and the over's only gone for 4. He's done a good job.
4 singles so far, as Sri Lanka's just able to lean on this, play it forward at mid-wicket, quickly take off for a single as Zampa races out to do the fielding. So 5 off the over, 5 singles. Sri Lanka 2 for 88, with Sri Lanka on 8 and Nasanka on 36. The wickets to fall so far. Gunatilaka was out for 17, a top edge which was taken by Finch at point from the bowling of Ashton Agar, and Kusal Mendez was run out by Glenn Maxwell for 27. So as a bowler, would you often know when you're going to get your opportunities in T20s, or are you looking at the captain regularly to try and make sure you realise when he's got a change of thought?
Yeah, I was always looking at the captain. I think so much of it is gut feel, and I've had times where you've nearly the over, it's been the end of the over, you've changed fielding positions and you're nearly already in your next fielding position, and you get the late call up and the wave from the captain to say, yep, we want you to bowl this one. And I think that's how it's needed to be in T20 cricket. I remember when we started playing T20 cricket, I used to get really miffed all the time for getting such late notice about when you were coming on to bowl, and you realise that was just part of it. And I think that's what makes the role of captain so important in T20 cricket, is that a lot of it is gut feel. Yes, there'd be some science around the right matchups and the like, but Aaron Fitch would just have a gut feel and say, right, this is the over, and now we're seeing Ashton Agar bowl from the other end. So whether that's something that he's just thought, I need that to happen. Yeah, taking over for Sams around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Sri Lanka gets a bottom edge as he plays it out to deep mid-wicket. Sams does the fielding. So Sri Lanka to 9, Sri Lanka 2 for 89 at the start of the 14th over. Because if you're not looking at the skipper at the right time, you can cop a bit of a mean stare and an earful at the end of the innings. Yeah, we always had the rule of you must always look at the captain at the end of every over, just in case. Nasanka's on 36 from 30 deliveries, comes down the ground to Agar, hits in the air momentarily, down to long on. Pushes through for the single as Ben McDermott does the fielding. 2 for 90. And they're under so much pressure against Agar here. He's hitting really high on the bat. He's a tall guy. He's got a really good field set here, and he's mixing his pace really well. So it feels like it's a high-risk game for Sri Lanka to take him on right now. His 4th over, 1 for 11. Agar with a quicker delivery. Running the bat was Sri Lanka to play it to the short third man, where Adam Zampa does the fielding. 2 for 91. Sri Lanka to 10. Agar's ability to just mix up his speed and his flight. Just work a little bit more bounce in. As he comes in, going the reverse sweep, and he's unlucky not to have bowled Nasanka there.
He had a big swing at it, and how it didn't miss, how it didn't hit off stump or middle stump, I'm not quite sure, and I don't think Ashton Agar is either.
That's just that bounce, and I love it when he's in the low 90s or in and around that 90. I think it's a really nice pace.
His partnership now 15 from 19 deliveries. This time Nasanka comes forward and just hits it along the deck down to long off where Kane Richardson does the fielding. Nasanka to 38. Sri Lanka 2 for 92 with one ball to come in the 14th over.
He's really good at reading the play, Agar. It's nearly like he knows when to take pace off the ball, and that was such a good example. It was against the sweep shot. That is the perfect ball to someone who's trying to sweep you.
So 4 off the over so far as Asalanka's looking to pull down to fine leg. The fielding's done by Jai Richardson at short fine leg, and that's the end of the over. Sri Lanka 2 for 93 with Nasanka on 38, Asalanka on 11. Kristen Beams is going to have a breather, and Dirk Nannis comes back in to join you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital via the ABC Listen app, and also through the BBC on 5 Live Sports Extra. Don't forget you can get in touch with us on the SMS 0467 920 222 if you want to get in touch with us throughout the rest of the match. Welcome back, Dirk.
Good to be back with you, Clinchy. It's been a fantastic bowling effort from the Australians so far. Almost seems like the Sri Lankans are just waiting for bad balls to put away, and Australian bowlers just aren't bowling any. So it seems that they're just playing this waiting game.
They got to go now, don't they? Or do they just try and see through Adam Zampa and then go?
They have to go now. Only lost 2 wickets.
I was going to say, only 2 down. Zampa to continue from the members' end. Bowls to Asalanka, who hits in the ground. It's wide, just wide of the fielder. A backward square leg, and McDermott couldn't take it cleanly and then tried to lunge back after it. Ended up colliding with the rope, or the Toblerone as it's referred to. And the Sri Lankan fans down the bottom of the Olympic stand, they enjoyed that. A boundary to see Asalanka move to 15, 2 for 97 at the start of the 15th over. Just made a mess of it.
Fresh. So the ball's bounced at, well, shoulder height. Stop that every day of the week.
Just went with the 2 hands, maybe a bit too casually. Saw it spin past him. Adam Zampa bowls. Asalanka opens up the blade. Hits this fine through the slips region, down to the boundary for 4. Well, that hurts if you're Adam Zampa. Back-to-back boundaries. The second he could live with, the first leaves a bitter taste in the mouth.
This is a delightful shot because he uses the pace of the ball of Zampa and beats that short third man easily. He almost would have hit it straight to first slip's chest. Of course, there's no slip. Picked it out of the hand, picked that it was the wrong one, and played it magnificently well.
Brings up the 100 for Sri Lanka off 86 deliveries. He's looking to do the same thing again. Asalanka this time just opens up the blade, not quite as fine, and runs it to Marcus Stoinis, who does the fielding.
I think this
short third.
This batting effort is a really good example of how you need to try and take the game on. I think the Sri Lankans have played a reasonably safe innings. I think that's indicated by being only 2 down. They just haven't tried to force it at all. They've allowed Australia just to bowl what they want to bowl to them.
So 2 for 102. Asalanka on 20. Nasanka at the striker's end on 38. Awaiting Adam Zampa. Hits it along the ground through mid-wicket. Quickly turns to the first. Sams is so quick. Comes racing in from the deep. It's a long way out of that deep mid-wicket boundary. You could easily get 2 or 3 if you pick the right area.
It's a massive pocket out there. Sams always impresses me with how fast he is across the turf. You think that it's going to be 2. He's just got this ability to cover the ground so well when you think that he's no chance of stopping the 2.
Zampa in, bowls to Asalanka, who rocks back, just hits it through the make it square leg region, takes the single, and then that's all he'll get as McDermott comes racing in. A rocket arm over the stumps to Matthew Wade. Who would be the quickest, Sams or Maxwell?
Oh,
I'd have my money on Sams.
Yeah, for pace across the turf, yes, but I think Maxwell, because of his arm and his ability to get rid of the ball quick, is the more dangerous fielder.
Poor old Kusal Mendez found out how quickly Glenn Maxwell moves. As Zampa comes in, struck on the pad. As Nasanka went forward, it may be just a little bit too high.
Two noises?
Yeah, it could have been two noises as well, as Zampa's in conversation with Matthew Wade. So the end of the over, Sri Lanka 2 for 104 with Asalanka on 21. Nasanka on 39. Corbin Middlemass about to join Dirk Nannis.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
104 Sri Lanka after 15. Nasanka's still there, the opener on 39. And Charith Asalanka is there on 21. Nasanka is 39, but he's 39 off 35. So we've got 5 to go, Dirk. 104 on the board. Give me a number.
Has to be at least 150. 2 wickets down. You'd be disappointed if you can't get 50 of the last 5 overs. But, yeah, the way they've been going, you wonder whether they've got the firepower or even the wherewithal to be able to score those sorts of numbers against this bowling attack.
Here comes Richardson to Asalanka. That's Jai Richardson. And off his pads, he turns it to mid-wicket for 1. Finch does the fielding. Single taken.
It just hasn't been... None of these batsmen have really had that... Almost the mentality of imposing themselves on the contest. They've been almost playing a meek brand of cricket. I think you just need to be bold and put the bowlers off their game. It'll take risks. But... you probably needed to take those risks after 10 overs rather than after 15.
Jai Richardson delivers to Nasanka, who backs away and hits it beautifully along the ground for 4. Through extra cover, all the way along the ground for a boundary. 2 for 109.
It's exactly the type of risk-taking that they've needed to take for a long period now. Nasanka moves to 43. But just off 36 balls, you know, that when you're up the top of the order, and by now you should be passing 50 if you've been in the whole time, at least.
Averaging 30 with a strike rate of 115. As Jai bowls again, short, it's pulled away, not out the middle of the bat, but lands safely from Nasanka. And off the boundary, Zampa comes up to collect it. One more, 2 for 110. Nasanka to 44. Totals throughout the series so far for Sri Lanka. They ended up 122, batting second in a rain-affected game in Sydney. So he got to 164, unlucky not to win the second game against Australia in Sydney. And then just 121 batting first in Canberra. As Richardson pushing across the left, he's hit it straight up in the air, Asalanka. This will take some catching. Parked underneath it, got him. Inglis hangs on to it. That went as high as the lights here at the MCG. And Asalanka departs for 22. Jai picks up the wicket. Sri Lanka 3 down, 3 for 110.
Oh, they're the ones that you dread as a fielder, because he actually didn't have to take a single step left or right. If he was standing still, that would have hit him straight in the top of the head. The ball went so high up, he had an age to think about it. He's caught it very well. You don't want to drop that.
We obviously know he's a wicketkeeper, Josh Inglis. They're never fun to take with the gloves on, let alone when you're sitting there barehanded. Super high, fading light, out of the floodlights.
Matthew Wade probably could have gotten there.
Oh,
but he called everyone off very early in the piece. He almost looked to his side and gestured to everyone, "Go away, I've got it, it's mine." But I mean, I've rolled over and I've woken up in my sleep to thinking of catches like that. Absolutely. I think I spill them every time in my dreams. Every single time.
It's a good snare. Josh Inglis takes the catch. Dennis Chandimal comes in at number 5, where he's been batting throughout the series so far. Most established of the Sri Lankan bats, now at 32 years of age. At his international debut as a 21-year-old all those years ago. Nasenka on strike. Of course, the bat's crossing. Jai short. Off the gloves. Trying to pull it. Just bobbles wide of Wade darting down the leg side. They'll get back for a couple. And they'll count for Nasenka off the gloves. He moves to 46. 3 for 112 in the 16th over.
Chandimal's another one of those players that you look at the record and think, really? That doesn't make sense. Striking at 104 in T20 cricket after 60-odd games. It's just a bizarre record.
As I said, made his debut as a youngster, got 100 in his second ODI game, got 50s in each innings on Test debut. Here's Nasenka on strike at short and wide of off stump. Through to the keeper. Nasenka wanted a wide call. He won't get it. Reaching for it outside the off stump. Benefit of the doubt going with the bowler, Jai Richardson, who gets out of there with the dot ball. So Jai's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 17. Sri Lanka after 16, 3 for 112.
Siding with the batsman on that one. That was way over his head.
I mentioned to you off there as well that Sri Lankan bats generally diminutive, it must be said. They're not sort of tall batters. Do you think that has an impact in T20 cricket, the ability to kind of muscle the ball as we see the modern players do?
I think it's more the way you bat, the way you impose yourself on the game. You look at someone like a Dave Warner, Brad Hodge, they're all small players, but it's the way they go about their batting that imposes themselves.
First ball to Chandimal as Zampa starts a new over, a drop and run on the offside as Kane Richardson picks up and heaves it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It misses. He's off the mark. First ball, Chandimal.
I think batsmen generally are quite short. I guess the tendency in more recent years in T20 cricket is the more powerful hitter. I think traditionally batsmen have been smaller rather than on the large side.
Nasenka's on 46. Start of Zampa's last over. Outside the off stump, he runs past it. Wade stumps him. The bails light up. And he's not overly confident, Panthan Nasenka. He's on 46, spinning the bat in his hand. We're going upstairs to the video.
We have an umpire referral for stumping. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
And Zampa once again throwing this really wide. And Nasenka's tried his best, but 46 off 39 is it's just not enough. This is a good pitch.
Bat's close to the bat. The ball's close to the bat. Can we check offside hotspot, please?
Oh, we're appealing for the stumping, aren't we? Surely.
This is the new process they seem to go through, but it feels like it just takes a little longer than it needs to. Nasenka's almost off the ground, and the new incoming bat passes him
check with RTS
before we've even got to the replay of the stumping. We're now looking at the hot spot to see whether it was caught behind or not.
Flat line when he goes past the bat. Your best side on angle for the stumping, please.
I think he barely turned his head by the time Wade had the bails off.
Ball taken cleanly. Just rock and roll that, please, and freeze it when the lights up. Thank you. Ready to make my decision. Going
He's
to the
out.
board of out. I repeat, out.
The voice of Donovan Koch, the third umpire. The green light will come on. Out. 4 for 113 in the 17th over, and Adam Zampa picks up his first wicket of the night. Nasenka, the opener, out for 46 of 40.
In terms of your over rate, does the changeover of batsmen start when it's given out on the screen? So therefore, this change of batsmen has only taken 20 seconds, 30 seconds or so?
I think so. I think you're right. It's got this new rule in place, of course, with slow over rates, and the fielding restrictions are obviously altered as a result of how quickly you get through the overs. If you don't start the 20th over before the timer goes off, then you have to have one extra fielder inside the inner ring, so one less boundary protected. Shanaka, the captain, is the new bat. He's looking to sweep a wild ball down the leg side. He misses it completely. And a wide signalled, well taken by Wade. Dashun Shanaka. Top scorer 39 not in Canberra. The series so far made 34 in Sydney and 7 in the first ODI. Zampa to him now, and the captain just pushes it away to cover. There's no run.
I think that's a good rule. I actually think, regardless of whether they change how many fielders are inside the circle, I think it's great that they just have your over rate up on the board to start with, so the players on the ground can see it at all times.
Zampa to Shanaka, who comes down the track and defends back to the bowler.
That was always at the back of your mind as a player. You were always sprinting around to positions, wondering whether you're in front or behind the over rate.
4 for 114 in the 17th. Sri Lanka batting first at the G. Zampa, quicker ball. Shanaka trying to heave it across the line. Hits it along the ground out to long on. I'm not sure that was where it was intended to go, and Maxwell does the fielding. One taken. What was the cry for Matthew Wade?
Told ya.
That was an ugly looking shot. Shanaka off the mark, third ball. Chandimal also fresh. He's 1 off 1. Zampa into Chandimal, well flighted. Sweeps it away in the air, but on the hop reaches Daniel Sams at deep square leg, and one more. And the over and a tidy finish for Adam Zampa. So 4 overs, 1 for 26. His figures. Sri Lanka with 4 to go. In fact, with 3 to go. 17 down, 4 for 116.
Spinner bowls the 17th and you're taking for 4 runs off the over. It's just not good enough. Well bowled, don't get me wrong. He's bowled exceptionally well, as he always seems to do. Doesn't seem to have an off night, Adam Zampa. But still, it's the boom or bust mentality of the Sri Lankan batting, that inability to manipulate the strike or manipulate the field, and just play each ball. Well, you always try and play each ball on its merits, but sometimes you have to shake things up a bit.
Surprised he didn't go in the IPL auction, Adam Zampa?
No.
Wow. Why not?
Because the IPL auction is all about, firstly, your Indian players. And Indians have, if you have a quality Indian spinner to pick, then you're not going to get an international spinner to fill one of your international spots.
Kane Richardson bowling the 18th. Hit in the air, straight to cover. Finch takes the catch. And that is the end of Chandimal, who comes and goes for 2. And Kane Richardson starts the 18th with a bang, gets a wicket. Sri Lanka 5 for 116. Aaron Finch, his celebration after taking the catch, sort of framed a throw down the stumps at the non-strikers, and I thought we were on the verge of a double play. That was Major League Baseball for a minute, but wickets fallen. Chandimal out for 2, 5 for 116.
Yeah, back on the Zampa thing. Maybe you could get picked up just as someone who you pick up late in the auction, but you wouldn't necessarily get a spinner as your frontline guy, because you, generally speaking, your overseas players are filling up the roles that the Indian local players can't play, and so therefore you're getting the genuine quicks, the guys who can bowl 145 plus, because there aren't that many Indians who can do it. You're getting the guys who can clear the fence straight away. Or you're getting some sort of exceptional player that, one-off players from around the world. And Adam Zampa probably isn't. There's not a big enough disparity between the local player and Adam Zampa to warrant getting him. Does that make sense?
Had about a $370,000 reserve on him as well.
Yeah, that's what's killed him.
Chamika Karuna-Ratner is the new bat. He's on strike. Richardson to him now. He's forward and just pushing out to mid-off. He'll get a single for it. Kane Richardson offered an explanation. I don't know if you saw this. To be brutally honest, when we left last year in the circumstances early, I remember having a conversation with Adam Zampa. I said to him, look, this may come back to bite us. And at the time, it wasn't a priority for us to be there. We wanted to get back to Australia. So I think there'd be some kind of buyers that'd be pretty wary of picking us up, thinking that we wouldn't come again. I definitely think that that's a factor. This is after the IPL obviously had the COVID outbreak last year. On leg stump, clipped away by Shanaka. Great catch. Out into the deep. And hanging on to it, Ashton Agar picked it up beautifully. It was hit low and flat. And Agar takes the catch at deep backward square. Richardson's got 2 wickets in 3 balls. And Sri Lanka now 6 for 117.
Ashton Agar just drifting back into the square. Down at full forward. Yes. That's the way he took it. Laconic mark overhead out in the deep. Really well struck. Just picked it up off his toes beautifully, but Agar took it nicely. Really, if he hit that 3 or 4 metres either side of Ashton Agar, it would have taken some really good catching. Another wicket falls.
Yeah, they're not going to get within cooey of 150 here, are they?
No, they've pressed stop, thrown the anchor out of the bus, and they're in some strife now.
6 for 117 in the 18th over. The conversation we've been having either side of it as Sri Lanka have been losing wickets. Do you think that played a part that they decided to leave last year when the fit hit the Shan over in India?
It may do, but I don't think... No, I don't think necessarily that's a big factor. I think when it comes down to it, the teams are very smart in the way they go about things now. I think they give a little bit of leeway to circumstances where the players feel they need to go, but I don't think those circumstances necessarily exist anymore. And you're going into it with your eyes wide open now of what the pandemic means and what it means when you're travelling. So I don't think they're...
Karuna Ratner on strike as the bat's crossed. He drops it on the leg side, darts off for a single, and they get there. Maxwell trying to whip it behind his back in a fashion only he can at the non-striker's end. Missed the stumps and a single taken.
I think if the player was to do it this year, then yes, that would have an impact moving forward. But I don't think last year would have much of an impact. I just think he's priced himself out of the market, 370 grand, and there's not many spinners who are going for that amount of money, or foreign spinners, if any.
Chamira Dushmanta is the new bat, the 30-year-old right-hander. You know Chamira, he certainly bowls with plenty of heat. Let's see how he goes with the stick as Kane Richardson pulls out on his approach.
Pulled out because the batsman wasn't watching.
Ooh. Take 2. Field up on the offside. There is a sweeper back at deep point. And they're all back on the leg side as Kane Richardson on off stump and played back down the pitch. No run. Bowler Fields on his follow through.
This is something that the Australian bowlers have been so good at throughout this series, and their ability to just keep the batsman guessing as to what ball's coming next. Again, that comes down to dictating terms. The Australian bowlers are able to dictate terms at the moment and not have to almost chase the game, and that's something that Sri Lanka have been on the wrong side of the entire series.
Last ball of the 18th. Chamira squared up, leading edge into the gully. They scamper through for 1. Inglis moves up from backward point to get after it. Very tidy over from Kane Richardson. 2 wickets, 3 runs in fact from it. And Chamira's off the mark. He's 1. Chamika, it's Karuna Ratner, he's there on 2. So 2 fresh bats. Sri Lanka's 6 for 119. Kane Richo 2 for 27 now off his 3.
Amazing how they've just pressed stop, haven't they? This innings is going absolutely nowhere.
So the 15th, 16th over, in fact, they were 2 for 110 when Asalanka was still there. He was batting with Nasanka at that particular time. So effectively in 3 overs, Dirk, they've lost 4 for 9. That's go time in the innings. 4 for 9. 6 for 119. 2 overs left before the compulsory close. Floodlight starting to take over. Jai Richardson steaming in away from us as he just rock and rolls straight through Chamira. A full straight Yorker, and there was no keeping that out. 7 down, 7 for 119.
That was a very good ball. exactly where you're targeting a Yorker to be. I haven't seen too many Yorkers today in this bowling innings, but beautiful length to bowl. Particularly hard to do when it's the first ball of your spell, bowling from the other end. So he's been bowling all evening from the southern end. Now he's from the north. And often when you make that change, you just take a few balls to find your length, find where you are on the crease, etc. He's nailed it first ball. The other way to look at it is maybe he was trying to bowl on a length and he's just stuffed it up and it's ended up a Yorker. That's well bowled. Done that more than once. Just a change to what you were saying. They were 104 after 15 overs, so it's 2 for 104, so they've lost 5 for 15.
Last 16 balls, they've lost 5 for 9. Ooh. Mahesh Tikshana. As the left arm wrist spinner comes out to bat. He's just taking guard at the moment.
The thing is, in Canberra, you could understand why it was a low score because the pitch was difficult to score on. This is a fantastic looking pitch.
The 21-year-old Tikshana awaits Jai Richardson on off stump. He's driving to cover. And Finch fields. There's no run. A dot ball. Tikshana, he picked up 3 for 24 in Canberra. He's had 1 hit in the series so far, was 6 not out at the SCG in the concluding stages. That thrilling finish last Sunday night. Floodlights really taking over now as Jai Richardson into Tikshana, who's driving again. He gets it past Finch here at cover. Hand on the way through, took the pace off the ball, and Agar trots back from mid-off to collect it. 2 for him, he's off the mark. Jamaica's on 2 at the other end. Sri Lanka 7 for 121 in the 19th.
It's like a Harbour Bridge going down then. Aaron Finch didn't move particularly quick.
He played plenty of games for the Australian T20 team and all various different uniforms over your time. How does the black sit with you with a splash of yellow on it that the Aussies are rocking at the moment as Jai bowls a short ball at Tikshana and it bounces off the body of the Sri Lankan spinner, drops down backward a square and they get through for 1 and they're going to count off the bat. So Tikshana moves to 3. He knows he's alive all right, 7 for 122.
That's the first bouncer we've seen for the entire innings and it was right on the mark. It's a horrible ball to get as a tail ender. Horrible. When I played for Australia, we had that the undergarment, like the tight skin undergarment with the singlet over the top.
Loved it.
You loved it?
Loved it with the grey and the yellow?
No, it was before that. We had the green undergarment before they went to the grey.
And you almost wore like the footy jumpers over the top.
Correct.
Here's Jai Richardson, bowls to Jamaica. It's full outside off. He drives full-blooded to cover. Both the batters are at the same end. Throw from Finch. Gets to Wade. He mops it up. Sri Lanka have lost their 8th. Oh, no. Tikshana and Jamaica both ended up at the non-striker's end. Finch picked up the ball at cover. There was no one at the stumps at the keeper's end. The throw missed, but Wade was there to mop it up. And more calamity for Sri Lanka. They're going to the 3rd umpire, but I fear, Dirk, they're about to be 8 down.
Well, this will take a little bit of unpacking. Because Tikshana, he's almost run a 2. He's gone all the way to the other end, and Aaron Finch had an age.
Ready to make my decision. Going to the board of out. I repeat, out.
He had an age to throw the ball, and he was just waiting for somebody to come up to the stumps. Matthew Wade eventually obliging, and he had to dive in the end to throw down the stumps, Matthew Wade. But it was a fantastic throw from Aaron Finch. Just sort of hospital passed it to Matthew Wade so that he could come and effect the run out.
Dirk, if we're in the penultimate over, we only got 122 on the board, and just let's say both the batters end up at the same end, wouldn't you send back the guy so at least you get 1 for it if you make it?
That's a fair call.
Why does the guy who hit the ball run all the way down there and then run all the way back? Essentially the equivalent of a run, and you get nothing for it even if you make it. Oh.
So what a...
Sri Lanka have lost 6 for 12, by the way. 6 for 12.
Has there ever been a time when the batsmen have crossed and then had indecision and gone back and you get a 1 for it?
Try and trick the scorer. It depends who's on the book, maybe. If one of the players are doing it, you'd be right. If it's someone like our own Rick Finlay, that wouldn't get past 10. Here's Jai Richardson. He's on his way in. He bowls a short ball outside the off stump, and that'll be Van der Sar, the new bat, has a wild swing at it. He plays and misses, and that's the end of the over. So Jai Richardson, a very nice finish. The run out off the over cost him just 3 runs. He had a wicket that goes next to his name as well. So 2 for 20 for Jai Richardson off his 4. Sri Lanka 8 for 122 with an over to go. Karuna Ratner is there on 2. He'll be on strike to start this last over, and Van der Sar has just faced the 1 ball.
That was a good spell from Richardson tonight. I thought he was fast and accurate, and he wasn't predictable in what he delivered. He doesn't have the, I guess, the slow ball tricks of Kane Richardson down the other end. Kane Richardson bowls a lot more of that really slow stuff, but Jai Richardson's just a little bit more cagey in the way he has his change of pace.
Short, that's heaved across the line by Karuna Ratne. It's a long boundary to be 4. They had men back there, but it bisected them beautifully. And 4 runs for Chamika. He moves to 6. That was crunched out the middle of the bat.
Straight away going to that slower ball, first ball of the over. Just wonder the way this pitch is played tonight, whether maybe having the pace on the ball at this stage is probably the better play.
Chamika Karunaratne on 6. On leg stump, trying to whip it away leg side, plays into his own pads, and they scamper through for a single. So he moves to 7. 8 for 127, Sri Lanka. 4 balls to come. Kane Richardson bowling the final over.
Just watching the way this pitch is behaving, it kind of feel like 170 or something is par on a pitch like this. Maybe even more. They're a long way short.
From the southern end, Richardson hits the crease now. He bowls to Van der Sar, who drives through the covers, and that'll go away for 4 more. Found the boundary, unorthodox looking shot. Not a heap of footwork, but all the way along the ground. 131 for Sri Lanka, 8 down.
It's probably the first time the Australian bowling attack has been under pressure here. Richardson's bowled a couple of poor balls in this over. Been hit for 2 fours.
What's his follow-up to Van der Sar? Backs away again, tries to replicate, picks out the fielder. Finch throws at the non-striker's end, misses. And Van der Sar gave up on the run, trotting through to the non-striker's end. He would have been out cold.
It's one of those ones where you get the ball and you've got so long to throw it. You almost have too long. You steady yourself and you miss just by having too much time to set yourself and steady rather than just pick it up and throw it like you would at training. It's very rare you just stand there like Aaron Finch does here and try and throw the ball down off a standing start.
Karunaratne gets a short one, cross-batted shot, down to long on, over the head of Sands, back on the rope, and over the fence for 6. And where has this intent been? Chamika Karunaratne moves to 13, and a big final over, which has cost Richardson 16 already with 1 to come. Eight for 138.
Oh, once again, this is a just ill-directed ball. It wasn't a short ball necessarily. It was sort of chest height and easy to pick up. Sort of the bouncer you bowl when you're not really trying to bowl a bouncer. It's just half effort almost to get that ball up around head height.
He's gone for 43, Richardson. 1 ball to come. Full toss. Hits it. Not quite at the middle of the bat to cover, and Finch fields on the bounce. A single taken last ball. Karunaratne ends up 14 not out. Van der Sar on 5. 17 off the last. Sri Lanka kicking and screaming, get their way to 139. So 8 for 139. couple of times in a reasonable position here, batting first. They were sent in. They were 35 on the board when the first wicket fell in just the 5th over. Then it really slowed up. They were able to rebuild things between Sri Lanka and Nasenka. They were 2 for 110 and then lost 6 for 12 before taking 17 off Kane Richardson's last over to set a target of 140 for the Australians. Now the card quickly before the thoughts of Dirk Nannes. Gunatelika the first to go for 17 off as many. Caught Finch, bowled Agar. The next to go was Mendez, who was put up to first drop. He was run out by Maxwell. Superb direct hit from the outfield. Mendez out for 27 off 21. Sri Lanka was caught by Inglis, hit the ball extremely high off Jai Richardson's bowling. Inglis took a superb catch, went as high as the roof at the G, and he was out for 22. Nasenka went for 46 off 40, ran past one off Adam Zampa's bowling, stumped by Wade. And then they all missed out in the middle order. Chandimal for 2, caught Finch, bowled Kane Richardson. Kane Richardson had 2 in the same over as he got the captain. Shanaka caught it deep backward square, hit it to Agar, took a nice catch overhead. Chimera was bowled by Jai Richardson. A superb Yorker to start Jai's final over. He was out for just 1. Tikshana was run out by Finch. Both the bats got caught at the same end, and almost like a comedy act, Finch missed the stumps and was mopped up by Wade, so the pair of them had Tikshana run out for 3. Karunaratne was not out, 14 off 8. Jeffrey Van der Sey was not out on 5. There was just 1 wide in the innings, so a nice bowling performance from the Australians. Sri Lanka 8 for 139. The bowling, Daniel Sams up front, 2 overs, no wicket for 14. Jai Richardson, 4 overs, 2 for 20. His namesake Kane, expensive, 4 overs, 2 for 44. Glenn Maxwell, 2 overs for 21. Ashton Agar, superb again, 4 overs, 1 for 14. And Adam Zampa, his spin partner, 4 overs, 1 for 26. Targets 140, Dirk Nannes, sum it up for us. What do we see?
Well, just the innings that what could have been really for Sri Lanka. They were 1 for 73 after the 10 over mark, and from that point and that start, you think, well, 1 down, maybe you can go at 10 and over for the second 10, and they were nowhere near it really. They were gifted with a over at the end there from Kane Richardson that really did give the innings a little bit of flattery rather than show or reflect really the nature of that innings. I thought they left a whole lot out there. Once again, they were okay in patches, the Sri Lankans. I thought the Australians bowled exceptionally well. Zampa was outstanding, so too Ashton Agar, who I think is incredible and a really unlucky bowler. But Kane Richardson had a rare night off, but I think Sri Lanka probably 30 short, maybe 40 short. It's just Australia's really, if they can come out and play some semi-reasonable cricket, then they should be able to mop this game up.
We got to reset in the break in just a moment. Jai Richardson's a fascinating story. So he wasn't picked on the initial tour to go to Pakistan, and there was sort of some doubt as to why he wasn't going. Then there was an injury to Michael Neser. They added Steketee to the squad and then put Doggett on standby. So all of a sudden you're sort of thinking, well, where's Jai Richardson here? Clearly he's unavailable for selection, isn't going. He's been in and around the squad throughout the summer so far, but surprisingly not part of the Pakistan tour or not in the mix. I'd be fascinated to know as to, is there more to that? Is it his decision? Is he decided he needs to take a break? Is it sort of imposed on him by someone else? Do they not see him as a bowler suited for what's going to happen in Pakistan? He gets his chance tonight, comes out here and bowls pretty well, 4 overs, 2 for 20.
It's a really tough one because I'm trying to think in my head what sort of injury you would have to have that would deem you unable to travel on a test tour. That will persist that long that you can play T20 cricket here, but you can't play a test match in some weeks' time. So there's got to be other factors there around it. I'd be fascinated to know, but I can't think of a reason why you would be missing, because clearly he's, by form and what he did in the test arena prior to his injury to missing out on the test matches towards the latter part of the summer, he should be on the tour. Absolutely, he should be on the tour. There's more to the story.
Aaron Finch says he could bat as low as 5 in the Australian lineup At some stage in the not-too-distant future, Ashton Agar is slated to open again with Ben McDermott. Let's find out how they'll go. The Aussie run chase starting shortly. They need 140 for victory, but in the meantime, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. WA's border will open for triple vaccinated travellers from Thursday the 3rd of March. The Premier Mark McGowan says the rise in Omicron cases in the state makes the closed border increasingly pointless. The high number does mean tighter restrictions will be introduced in the state next week, but the Australian Hotels Association has welcomed the government's decision to stop short of introducing a 4 square metre rule at this stage. Chief Executive Bradley Woods says while the 2 square metre rule, which starts next week, will have an impact, it is manageable.
We've been talking to government about the ridiculous suggestion that came from the AMA about bringing in those draconian restrictions. They absolutely decimated hospitality in South Australia. They were regarded as the laughing stock of the country with the restrictions, and we didn't want to go down that path.
The ACT's Chief Minister Andrew Barr says the government's decision to ease restrictions was made with cautious optimism. All density limits for Canberra businesses have been scrapped. Dancing at nightclubs is back tonight and people can eat and drink while standing at bars and pubs. Canberrans can return to their workplace where it suits them and their employer. Changes to current mask wearing requirements for indoor spaces will be announced next week. Andrew Barr says the flu season remains a concern with a further wave of the virus expected.
A week is a long time in the pandemic. Things can change quickly, as we have seen over the last 2 years. So it's a note of cautious optimism today. We could be at any given time back announcing the reintroduction.
And restrictions have also eased in Victoria. Indoor dance floors are back with density limits scrapped at hospitality and entertainment venues. QR check-ins are no longer required in retail, schools and at many workplaces. They will remain at some hospitality and entertainment venues. Unvaccinated international arrivals will only have to quarantine for 7 days, not 14. More than 30 world leaders and 100 defence and foreign ministers are holding talks in Germany tonight for the annual Munich Security Conference. It comes amid fears of an imminent Russian attack on Ukraine, as the BBC's Lise Doucet reports.
The conference's main security report highlights what it calls a collective helplessness, an inability of world powers to resolve major overlapping crises. Ukraine will be a main issue. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is staying away. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and senior Western officials will be here against a backdrop of US warnings of an imminent Russian invasion.
The National President and Chair of the Australia-China Business Council says the business community is concerned about the political rhetoric around China. For the third day in a row, the Prime Minister's used the threat of a rising China to attack the federal opposition. Scott Morrison's reiterated his unsubstantiated comments earlier this week that the Chinese Communist Party would rather see Anthony Albanese in office than him. David Olsen says it could impact Australia's relationship with one of its biggest trading partners.
What we're seeing here is a government that really is actively creating partisan divide around national security issues. What's really puzzling about all of this is that when you look at the policy of the government towards China and the policy of the opposition towards China, there's nothing between them.
Government officials have been pressed at a royal commission hearing about the time it's taking to process claims from veterans. Phoebe Bowden reports.
Earlier this week, the Royal Commission heard that Afghanistan veterans discharged due to post-traumatic stress disorder were waiting years to access health and psychological services. Today, government officials from the Department of Veterans Affairs were grilled about the problem of slow claims processing times by Peter Gray, counsel assisting.
And it seems to still be increasing. So this is not something that is just a momentary trend.
Officials say the staffing level at DVA has decreased as demand for services increased, contributing to the claims backlog.
Greek and Italian vessels and aircraft are involved in a rescue operation north of the island of Corfu after a fire broke out on a passenger ferry. Here's the BBC's Ben Lowens.
The Euro ferry Olympia was travelling from the Greek port of Igoumenitsa to Brindisi in Italy, with just under 290 people on board. The blaze reportedly took hold overnight on Deck 3. Video later shared on social media showed the whole vessel had been set alight. A Greek official said passengers had been transferred to lifeboats. The official said weather conditions were good and no lives were in danger.
You've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Amazing stories of ordinary people living through extraordinary experiences in days like these.
I pick up the phone and I hear, "Hi, it's Elton."
Tackle all the mayhem in the sporting world with Roy and HG in Bludging on the Blind Side. Or join Triple J's Hobber and Hing as they challenge Aussies to deliver their most elaborate yarn in Simply the Jest.
I looked in the rear vision mirror and my crocodile had gotten out of the box.
Download the ABC Listen app today. Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Richardson over the wicket, short ball, Gunnatillica hits him back down the ground. Massive shot for 6. Left arm orthodox. Gunnatillica gets it off the outside edge, should be caught, and Finch takes the catch at point. Gunnatillica out for 17 and Sri Lanka a 1 for 35 in the 5th over.
Quicker ball from Maxwell down the track. This is crunched from Mendez. It's wide of long on. It's over the rope anyway. And that's 6 for Kushal Mendez.
Agar comes in, bowls to Nasanka, who's able to hit it down the ground towards Maxwell at long on. They take off for 1, come back for 2. Great throw! Glenn Maxwell's got him cold.
As Richardson pushing across the left, he's hit it straight up in the air, Asalanka. This will take some catching. Parked underneath it, got him. Inglis hangs on to it. That went as high as the lights here at the MCG. And Asalanka departs for 22. Sanka's on 46. Started Zampa's last over. Outside the off stump, he runs past it. Wade stumps him. The bails light up. Kane Richardson bowling the 18th. Hit in the air, straight to cover. Finch takes the catch, and that is the end of Chandimal, who comes and goes for 2. And Kane Richardson starts the 18th with a bang, gets a wicket. Sri Lanka 5 for 116. On leg stump, clipped away by Shanaka. Great catch, out into the deep, and hanging on to it, Ashton Agar picked it up beautifully. It was hit low and flat, and Agar takes the catch at deep backward square. Richardson's got 2 wickets in 3 balls. And Sri Lanka now 6 for 117. Floodlights starting to take over. Jai Richardson steaming in away from us as he just rock and rolls straight through Chamira. A full straight Yorker, and there was no keeping that out. 7 down, 7 for 119. Here's Jai Richardson, bowls to Chamika. It's full outside off. He drives full-blooded to cover. Both the batters are at the same end. Throw from Finch, gets to Wade. He mops it up. Sri Lanka have lost their 8th.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
It was an innings in fits and starts, really, for Sri Lanka. They were sent into bat. They put on 35 for the first wicket in the 5th over. Then had to rebuild again between Nasanka and Asalanka, and at one point were 2 for 110 in the 16th over before losing 5 for 9. And it looked like they'd be struggling to post 130. They took 17 off the very last over off Kane Richardson. So throw all of that together and they ended up setting a target of 140. Sri Lanka 8 for 139 after their 20 overs. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the cricket. Our grandstand cricket experts, former Aussie leg spinner Kristen Beams and former left arm quick Dirk Nannis. ABC Radio, Sport Digital, the Listen app, and via the BBC. Speaking of the BBC, Benji, I saw Henry Moran, who's been home and back, would you believe, in the last 8 days or so. So since we were last working together on the Women's Ashes, he's been all the way to England and back.
Yeah, I thought I was giving him this sort of the sob story of like, oh no, you didn't get to go home. And he's like, no, I've been. And I thought, especially in today's world, you don't expect that people just pop home for back to the UK. That seems nearly unbelievable to me.
Story of the night, so no Hazelwood, no Stark, no Cummins, no Steve Smith, no Mitch Marsh, all missing from this team. David Warner, throw his name in that mix. So after we started the series with only two different players from the team which won the World T20 late last year, all of a sudden it looks very different. So Zampa back to 9, who was obviously part of that winning team, and Jai Richardson returns. But the batting lineup looks like this, what we're about to see. Agar and McDermott up the top again. Finch currently slated at 3. Inglis at 4, Maxwell, and then Stoinis and Wade.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Agar experiment. I'd love to know the theories behind it, whether it is a conversation about, you know, they're having the left-hander. I'm really unsure as to why they would go that way. The only smart thing I can think about is if it helps get the spinner in the team. I love to see the additional spinner. I think they've got some part-time options with a Glenn Maxwell, but you look at a bowling unit that has Zampa and Agar in it, and you think, wow, you know what, that's going to do some damage in a World Cup tournament. But from a pure batting point of view, I'm not sure that's his best position in the lineup. I think Ben McDermott has looked okay. I still don't think he's really cemented his spot at international level. He's been so good in the BBL for the Hobart Hurricanes, but probably would be looking at an innings like this being one to really kind of stamp his authority at the back end of this series. And Aaron Finch, I don't want to see him float. If he's going to be at 3, I'd like that to be 3 the whole time. Inglis looks good so far, and Stoinis is the one for me that I really like in that middle order. We've seen him open the batting a lot, but I think having a batter that's so strong down the ground, got nice big long levers, wants to hit down the ground, that's different to what we see in the majority of middle orders in T20 teams. We see them be a little bit more busy, more likely to move around the crease, hit square of the wicket. So I think Stoinis provides something different in that middle order, which I think is going to be really important to Australia's success.
You have a lot of British influences in your household?
Too many, some would say.
Loyal Kana, are you familiar with his work?
No.
UK rapper. Ashton Agar said, I remember watching one day this UK rapper, Loyal Kana. He's one of my favourite musicians. He was on stage and owning the stage, and it was beautiful. I thought, this is so cool. He had such great presence, and we were all there to watch him. I was thinking to myself, I'd love to do that, but at that moment I've realised I've actually got the chance to do this all the time, every time I play cricket. So he wants to try and own the field, I guess, the same way that Loyal Kana owns the stage.
So he wants to be the rapper of international cricket.
Apparently.
Wow.
Do you ever find sort of inspiration from... I think there's a great line in a Drake song where essentially he says, we want to be them and they want to be us. Speaking about sort of, I think it's sports and music are so synonymous. We want to be them and they want to be us, or something along those lines. Do you ever find that with certain musicians that you thought, oh, look, I can see something that they're doing that maybe I can implement in my craft?
Yeah, I think music does play a bit of a role for most players, and taking the inspiration out of songs and the like. I had a bit of a pump-up playlist. That's about as deep as I can go with that, I reckon, that I used to listen to on the bus on the way to games. But I'm not sure. Well, I think if Ashton Agar is going to be a rapper as an international cricketer, I think I'd probably be like a country and western singer, like something far less cool.
The Sri Lankans have made their way out there behind the two umpires, Rod Tucker and Sam Nagowski, led out by their captain in Dasan Shanaka. And here come the Australian opening pair. So it is going to be the lanky left-hander at Ashton Agar, who's going to open up along with Ben McDermott, who gets another goal at the top of the order. He's coming off a golden duck in Canberra. McDermott, he had a score to start the series with 53 in Sydney, while Ashton Agar went at less than a run a ball for his 13 the other night in his first venture as an opener.
Yeah, McDermott got a good one the other night, and I think as a batter you don't read too much into those kind of deliveries. Sometimes it isn't your night, but I think with Ashton Agar, I'll be intrigued to see how he goes about this innings. Is he going to try and allow himself to get in? Is he going to be trying to be that impact? I think what we want to see from Australia in the early stages in this power play is that they actually try and take it on. So I'd like to see both of these players really try and push the game forward. You know, we think that probably 170 plus is where Sri Lanka needed to be. It does look like a good wicket. So what you don't want is Australia to go, well, let's just cruise through this. We can pick them off. It's a big ground. There'll be lots of pockets of twos. Let's take it on. Let's play a brand of cricket that we want to be playing when we get to the T20 World Cup later in the year.
Smoke goes off again. It's not a big crowd, it must be said. Well populated, though, on the city side of the ground, so the Ponsford stand. And as we've touched on a few times, the Sri Lankan supporters doing a lot of the heavy lifting to make up what you think would be well beyond 50% of the crowd. And we're going to have a bit of spin to start. It'll be Tikshana, a right-arm off-break bowler, as he delivers to Agar, who defends the first ball back to the bowler. I feel like we had a lot of noise during the innings break, and then I was a bit flat when they bowled the first ball. It's like the countdown timer went off early. We got a first slip in place. That's Sri Lanka alongside Chandimal, the keeper. Chandimal with the helmet on, up to the stumps. Agar tapping away. Tikshana around the wicket, and Agar whips it through the vacancy at mid-wicket. Just the one, the protection's back on the leg side at long on and deep mid-wicket with the right arm off-break bowler in operation. A single taken, first runs for the Aussies, second ball, Agar with the single. What do you think of the spin first up?
Yeah, I like it. I think they've got to keep trying to change it up. I'd like to see lots of one-over spells from the Sri Lankan bowlers. They've got really good points of difference, but what they can't do is try and get into their bowling spell.
Coming off a golden duck, McDermott awaits Tikshana. He's squared up, gets a leading edge along the ground. Out to cover. And a single taken.
I think you want to have those sort of two-over spells as a bowler. You want to try and be able to get into your spell, but I think when you're defending a total like this, you need to keep changing it up, trying to take wickets as much as you can, and be prepared that it's going to be a bit flexible, changing ends, doing things a little bit differently.
Agar back on strike, so long on, mid-wicket out. Around the wicket, Tikshana. Agar misses it completely. Chandimal whips the bails off. Gee, it was horribly off balance, Agar, stumbling around on the crease line. They've sent it upstairs to the third umpire. Not sure the shout was that confident. We'll have a look on the video.
Third umpire, the director. We have an umpire referral for stumping. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please?
What do you think, Beamsy?
Well, he sort of was quite off balance there, but the umpire didn't seem too keen that he needed to go to the third umpire, so it makes me think safe. I like the enthusiasm from the keepers. They always think it's out there.
Absolutely.
Okay, now hotspot, they can just check it with RTS.
So we're going through the initial stages. This is really a tweak to the referral system where every single time we check a stumping now, we have to go through the whole DRS process. So we go through the hotspot, snicko, even though there is sort of little doubt
Keep going.
that the ball's missed the bat.
To make my decision. Going to the screen.
And Agar's got his left leg back. He'll be not out. But Tikshana beats the bat and creates an opportunity. No wicket for two. Fifth ball. It's full and Agar drives to mid-off. There's no run.
I'm not sure I'm a big fan of let's check everything on the review. I think if it was clear that they were appealing for a stumping, I think it takes a little bit too long in a format that's meant to be short and sharp.
Last ball of the over, good start. Tikshana over the wicket to Agar, who works it away off leg stump through mid-wicket, just the single. Kushal Mendez off the boundary from mid-wicket to retrieve it. 3 off the first, Agar's 2, McDermott's 1. Australia need 140 to win off their 20. And after 1, they're no wicket for 3. Ashton Agar opening up again.
It's a really good start for Sri Lanka. Got through that first over, no damage, only the 3 runs, and it does seem a little bit like Ashton Agar's not entirely sure how he wants to go about it. We saw the big swing and a potential stumping, and then sort of trying to knock it around. So I think he's still finding his feet as to how he wants to go about it and the sort of role that he wants to play as an opener. And I think given that's the case, the more time he can actually spend at the non-strikers end, sitting on his bat, and allow McDermott, who's got so much experience opening the batting domestically, to face the majority of these balls and sort of let him get the partnership going a little bit.
Lahiru Kumara back for Sri Lanka. The one change for this game, hasn't played as yet in the series. Right arm quick from the members' end. And he'll be bowling to Agar. He's got a slip behind him. Full on off stump. He drives. It ends up out at mid-on, and a single taken, hitting the ball just wide of Chimera. So Chimera's the sort of out-and-out quick. He bowls sort of consistently in the 140s. Another right armour. Hasn't got the new ball, though.
Yeah, funny one that it must be a question of the swing, best options, the ends with the spinner bowling as well. So there's normally a few things to work through. And normally the spinner taking the first over is not normally what happens, and that may be the case.
Conventional field here for McDermott. Fine leg and third man back. McDermott a little distracted trying to pull something away from his grill, whether it's a moth or a fly. Not sure there'll be too many flies out today. It's sort of 16 degrees and quite cool, but regardless, he wasn't happy. So,
well, if you're not ready, it's a good tactic, I reckon. You just wave your hand in front of your face, and the bowler must forgive you in that situation.
He's brought about a change in the field. We didn't even have a ball, so third man comes up and square leg drops back. Kamara on his way in. Oh, and right at the rib cage of McDermott, who plays it very well. Drops it behind the square leg umpire. Wants to. Hurries through. Throw comes in. Shout for a run out. It was Mendez off the boundary. Got the throw in on the hop. Chandimal whips the bails off and makes a mess of the stumps. And again, we're going back to the video. McDermott coming back for two.
Gee, that was a good piece of bowling. Right at him. Just in the rib cage there. 146 kilometres an hour. That's a nasty delivery. He wanted to get out of the way of it, McDermott. That might be a nice little moral victory.
And he's home. Ben McDermott getting back for the double, so he moves to 3, Agar 3. No wicket for 6, the Aussies. Just assume we'll go into the video. I think that's being ruled on the spot, so...
Good umpiring, I like that. Keep it moving.
Sam Nagowski out at the square leg, all over it. Kamara on his way in again on off stump. McDermott drives to mid-off. There's no run, and Shanaka, the captain, does the fielding. No wicket for 6, the target 140.
I'm seeing a wide slip in play here. So no first slip. It's nearly, well, it's probably 2.5 nearly. As well as the third that, I'm going to say that's a gully line. The third that's on the inner ring there. So it's a really unique fielding position that.
McDermott awaits, Kamara delivers, short of a length. He's pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4. Hopped on it early, and Ben McDermott, the first boundary of the Aussie innings, there, no wicket for 10.
Yeah, good shot from McDermott. He's tried to dig it in. It hasn't got up too much. Just in and around that chest height. Makes it very easy for Ben McDermott to swing away at that delivery. And he'll feel now that he's starting to get himself going a little bit.
Had a hell of a big bash playing for the Canes. Back-to-back hundreds at one point. And the first player in competition history to do that. The slips out. Extra player now at mid-wicket. 5-4 field. Again, short of a length. McDermott plays over the top of it on the pull. There's a noise on the way through. We didn't have a referral in the Australian innings. Chandimal has his hand up. He's keen. Umpire says not out. Chat between Chandimal and Shanaka from one end of the pitch to the other. And Shanaka, the captain at mid-off, says, don't worry about it, we won't use it. Timer runs out.
I think if anything, it was just he's got sort of the short sleeve jersey on over the top, and just whether the movement of that has got the keeper a little bit excited.
And he was appealing before the ball hit his gloves. A replay, Chandimal.
You just love keepers, don't you?
Oh, had his mouth open, ready to go.
Thing.
McDermott awaits. Kamara delivers. He drives. Miscued back to the bowler. Hand on it. Knocks it to mid-on. There's no run. And the hero Kamara's first over goes for 7. So the Aussies no wicket for 10 after 2. McDermott 7. Agar 3. Watching that fielding position, which is, it feels like a slip, but it's on the ring. It's not quite a... He's sort of more fine than a short third. But he's also not deep enough as a fly slip, so I don't know. I don't know. Is it a short fly slip? Is that such a position?
That's probably the best way to describe it. But I don't think he knew what to do either, because he took 2 little steps and then propped just inside the ring to make sure he didn't have his feet outside of the ring, which would have been a no ball. And that's what happens when you get into a little funky position. You think, oh, I don't know what I'm meant to do here. Do I walk in?
Tikshana's going to bowl a second over as Agar gives himself room, plays out to point. Pick up, throw at the stumps at the non-strikers and misses. flirting with the idea of a second on the overthrow. They don't take it. On the throw from Gunatilaka. A single for Agar, who moves to 4. The Aussies 11 without loss.
And they've gone spin again, so I think this is a bit of a gamble for Sri Lanka. I think with the two batters out there getting a look in the first over, coming back to them now, I think they'll probably try and line him up here.
Tikshana bowls to the right-hander. McDermott drives, hits it hard to mid-off. Pick up, throw up the stumps, it misses. Gee, a direct hit would have been interesting. McDermott gets through for 1, no wicket for 12. And the throw just millimetres away from Jeffrey van der Sey.
That looked like it was going to be out.
Ooh.
Tight.
McDermott to 8, no wicket for 12. Third over, the target 140. Back to the left-handed Agar. Beautiful shot. Threads it through the covers. Full on off stump and away for 4 with them up on the offside in the power play. Agar doubles his score. The Aussies no wicket for 16. McDermott and Agar both on 8.
Too full. It's an easy ball for Agar to put his hands through, and it's a really, really nice cricket shot. Put it straight through the covers there, but based on the field that he had, that isn't the sort of ball that he wanted to bowl, and this is the challenge. When you go 2 overs in a row in the power play, the batters have had a really good look at you. They've had a conversation, how do we want to go about it? And now bowler under pressure to get out of this over.
Only 3 balls in. Tikshana on his way in again to Agar, who's defending a good ball. He's pitching and turning a little bit away from the lefty. A defensive shot. Agar again with his chance up the top. He's 8 not out. Tikshana around the wicket. Quicker ball. Agar turns it wide of mid-wicket. Nasanka inside the circle. There's protection back in Mendes, and they'll get just the 1. No wicket for 17. Agar to 9.
And the pace is good. Low 90s again. He's slower than what we saw Agar. He sort of had the occasional ball in the low 90s, but was as high as 100 k's an hour. So it's a brave thing to do in the power play to bowl that low 90s.
Last ball from Tikshana. A quicker one. McDermott stands tall and just pushes it out to cover. There's no run. Mendes field. So end of the over. Tikshana, his second, goes for 7, which is a good recovery, Beasley, after his first 3 balls went for 6. McDermott's 8. Agar's 9. Australia no wicket for 17 after 3. The target 140.
Yeah, it's a pretty sedate start by Australia here, you would say. Sri Lanka actually had more runs on the board at this point, and I think it's the danger of a low total or a lowish total at only needing 140 that they know they can kind of cruise along, and therefore they're asking all the questions of Sri Lanka to say, well, you've got to try and take wickets. But I think for Australia, you don't want to go too far into your shells. The power play at the moment, only 2 fielders out. You want to try and maximise, get yourself well in front, build a little platform here to make it easy and hopefully not use too many of your batting lineup.
Here's my guide, Beamsy. Chamira. We've got to look at him now, the 30-year-old. He's the quickest of the Sri Lankan bowlers, regularly in the 140s. Really been the quickest guy in Sri Lankan cricket for the last 7 or 8 years after making his debut at 23. He's bowling from the members' end. Ashton Agar on strike, pushing across the lefty. Outside the off stump and cross-batted swat from Agar down to Kamara at mid-off. There's no run.
It's a long run-up as well. You're putting in the yards, literally, in your spell here. And I think that's when you're thankful that you've only got to get through 4 overs. Because I'm not sure you want to be... He's going outside of the inner ring. And starting from out there, that's a long run-up.
Bold picked up 2 wickets in each of the games in Sydney and then no wicket for 22 in Canberra. So a little tidier on the economy rate. Oh, that's a nice seed as Agar takes a golf swing trying to work it through mid-wicket. He plays and misses. And the ball shapes further away from him into the gloves of Chandimal behind the stumps.
I feel like we could hear that. Just the pure swing. We could hear the air. And he's gone and again, we look at Agar and say, well, he's He's still sort of nearly finding his feet. So a beautiful shot through the covers. That one looking to go straight and over the top. And the rest of the time he's been content enough to work it around and take the ones where he can.
Still in the power play. Fourth over, no wicket for 17. Chimera in again. Full to Agar. He plays and misses. A wide Yorker. Through to Chandimal. 3 dot balls to start. And if the theory is Agar up the top, a chance to go from ball 1, he's 9 off 13 again.
Yeah, the bowling's been very good to him. And I think that's what Sri Lanka really needed to do is to say, well, look, we know this guy hasn't had a huge amount of experience up the top. So the more times we can actually keep him on strike in this power play, we're going to win. And there's more and more pressure going on to Ashton Agar now to try and sort of catch up.
No wicket for 17. Chimera charges in again. Short to Agar. He took his eye off it trying to hook. Misses it through to the keeper. Pass just over his shoulder. A legal ball. Make that 4 dots for Chimera.
I think this is where I'd like Ben McDermott just to wander down the wicket and have a bit of a conversation with Ashton Agar here. Sometimes you can be taking on all that pressure by yourself, and he now nearly feels like he's got to play at every ball based on how many balls he's faced so far. And I think you just need your partner in that situation to say, look, just get up the other end and we'll get through this little period.
Fine leg up, long on goes back. Chimera to Agar, fallen wide. He drives to cover. Masanka picks up, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Agar's through for the single. I always hated that as a cricketer. And Ashton Agar then just picks up the ball himself as batter at the non-striker's end and tosses it back to the fielder. How did you go, Beamsy, with the old etiquette in the game and batsman touching the ball?
I think it depends how well your day's going. If I wasn't having a good day and the batter went to pick it up to throw it back to me, I'd say, that's okay, I'm happy to do it. But, you know, if I was bowling all right, you could pick it up and throw it back to me. It was fine.
He's 10 off 15 now, Agar with the single. Just 1 off Chimera's over. It's been a great start. He bowls to McDermott here. Pace off, backs away, tucks it to short third. They take a single. And it's the end of the over, so just 2 from it. 4 down. Australia no wicket for 19 after 4 overs in the run chase. The target is 140. Agar's 10 off 15. McDermott's 9 off as many.
Well, I think the bowling's been pretty good, but I would also say with the Australian batting, they haven't really tried to take it on too many times. Maybe that's something that just to have a look at and consider is how they want to go about it, and having those conversations as a partnership and trying to work it out is a good way to do that. So if Ashton Agar is going to go, or where's he going to go, what's his best options? Because what you don't want is the pressure on McDermott here to try and find a way.
You were a little surprised he bowled a second. Theekshana's about to bowl a third in the power play. So McDermott hits it straight back to him. Caught and bowled, McDermott's out, and Theekshana gets the wicket. Start of his 3rd over. They've all come up front in the power play. And Ben McDermott goes for 9. Caught and bowled Theekshana. Aussies 1 for 19. Start of over number 5.
Well, that's why you bowl 3 in a row. I know absolutely nothing. And that's a really good piece of bowling off the back of what's been runs have been hard to come by for Australia. And Ben McDermott, he's sat a lot of time on his bat at the other end. Ashton Agar facing a lot of balls and just getting frustrated there when he didn't need to, and simply just chips it back to the bowler. I'm not even sure what he's trying to do there. Maybe try and whip it into the leg side in the pocket for 1. But that's a big wicket for Sri Lanka. They're on top here at the moment. And Ashton Agar is out there and under pressure, and out walks Aaron Finch, and he has struggled to come by runs.
Agar is 10 off 15 at the other end, and McDermott trying to get a move on after just 2 off the last over. Hits the first ball of Theekshana's 3rd over straight back to the right arm finger spinner. And that's extraordinary. It's so rare that you see a spinner bowl sort of multiple overs in the power play. So he bowled the 1st, he bowled the 3rd, and now he's bowling the 5th, Theekshana. And he's got a wicket. And in at first drop is Aaron Finch. 10 of his last 15 innings in T20 international cricket. He's gone at less than a run a ball. Theekshana to the Aussie captain. As it's pushed away backward a point, and he's off the mark. Ball 1, Finch. Masanka works around from point to do the fielding.
Well, and I think why they've probably gone to the spinner for the 3rd over in a row is that they haven't been put under pressure, Sri Lanka, so far in this innings, and Australia have been content to sort of knock it around. We still think it's a good pitch. I don't think we're seeing anything here that we would suggest that it's a really tough wicket to bat on. I think Australia have just been in their shells just a little bit.
Agar back on strike. He backs away and Tikshana chases him. Darts one in at leg stump. And a dot ball defending back to the bowler.
He looks like a batter under pressure here. It seems like he's trying to move around. He's trying to do some different things, trying to create an error out of the bowlers, and it's not happening at the moment for him.
Just one run in his last 6 balls faced. Agar cutting in the air, just short. The man at cover. And they'll sneak through for one, thought about a second, and then kept back on the throw. And that was Shanaka, the captain, at cover, with the ball land just in front of him as Agar cross-batted shot, trying to cut it away just short of cover. They get one for it.
Well, that was tight from Ashton Agar, and he wanted the second, but I think this is a good result for him to have Aaron Finch on strike right now.
1 for 21. Tikshana to Finch. Wrapped on the pad to shout for leg before. Tikshana likes it. They scamper through for a leg by. They have 2 DRS options if they want to use it. The Sri Lankans, there's a chat here between Tikshana and Shanaka. Timer running out. He's teed it up. We're going to the video. A shout of leg before against Aaron Finch, and the on-field decision is not out.
It looked like no one wanted to make a decision there. The bowler, the captain, the keeper.
We have a player review for LBW. I've checked the front foot. It is a fair delivery. Original decision is not out. Can we start with front on, please?
You get 2 in 20 overs. You know, how many opportunities are you actually going to get to use them?
It shouldn't take you long to talk the captain into it.
No.
That would be my theory. Well, that's a bad one. That's
to the ball. Can we go leg side hotspot, please?
That may be missing the 4th or 5th stump.
Yeah. Yep.
Down leg. So, and already the Sri Lankan fielders, after seeing the first replay, have broken away from their huddle mid-pitch. And they're getting ready for the next ball before we've even moved through to the ball tracking.
Line. Keep going. Spike when he hits the pad. Clearly no bat involved. Can we go to tracker, please?
So 2 balls to come in Tikshana's 3rd over. He's gone for just 2 again off this over. The ball tracking now showed on the big screen. And
call. Wicket's missing.
Pitching in line but missing leg.
Sam, I need you to stay with your original decision on not out.
I think I was missing 4th stump as well, Benzie.
I think it was, and maybe just because Aaron Finch tends to get that front pad across, they thought it was worth going for, but I think even he would have felt very safe that ball was being reviewed.
1 for 22. Tikshana to Agar. He backed away out to square leg, missed it, and Chandimal has cleaned up the stumps, taking it between leg stump and the striker in Agar. The stumps lit up. He was very confident. He shouted again, Chandimal, the keeper, out to the square leg umpire. Agar didn't seem too fussed, but an unusual stumping as that's gone inside the batter and leg stump.
Nowhere near being out, that stumping, but it's just the enthusiasm every time.
That's the end of the over. An eventful one. 5 overs into the Aussie run chase. They're 1 for 22. Matt Clinch in next.
Grandstand International Cricket. Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Corby. So Sri Lanka 1 for 36, so Australia 1 for 22. So the Australians are, well, knowing that they've got time on their side here. Not a lot of urgency at the moment. Although a bit of pressure on Ashton Agar to try and make the most of this opportunity. Chamira to continue from the members' end. Comes in and bowls to Aaron Finch, who's on the back foot, getting a bottom edge as it just drops behind the stumps, and he's able to scamper through for a single. So Finch to 2. Australia 1 for 23 at the start of the 6th over.
It feels a little bit pedestrian, I think, at the moment. Australia knowing they don't have to go too hard. But sometimes when you do chase those lower totals, and it's still 139, so it's still 140 to win, but you can tend to go into your shell a little bit and find it hard to then break out of it and find the boundary. And you've got a player like Ashton Agar. He's finding it very hard to score at the moment.
Agar's on 11 as Chamira comes in, a full delivery down the lead side, and a wide is called. Under the score, 1 for 24 in the 6th over.
And that's when you know you're battling, when you get the freebie. It's only just down the leg side. 9 times out of 10, I'm sure Ashton Agar would think that he's going to clip that away to the boundary for 4, or or over the boundary for 6, and you miss that ball because you're feeling under the pump. You're expecting the bowling to continue to challenge you and be really good, and you miss out on the freebies.
So Agar 11 from 18 deliveries, 1-4 so far. Australia 1 for 24 as Jamira comes in. Agar steps across to the leg side, and the short ball is well and truly past him.
Gee, that's good bowling. That's quick. And it's followed him every time. Ashton Agar has wanted to give up his stumps to the leg side time and time again, and follows him with the short ball. And when we're talking about a player that hasn't found runs easy to come by, he's more likely to play at it. And he's used the short ball really, really well. And that's just about perfect.
Score a runner ball 13 in the third T20 in Canberra, Ashton Agar, but 141 deliveries from Chamira. A short ball, this time full, just missing the leg stump as Agar turns to the umpire, expecting maybe a wide would have been called. It was another good delivery. He gestures just inside the crease line.
He just moved across to his off stump there. So there's a lot of movement here from Agar. He's moving around a lot. And you actually look up, and from where we're sitting, you see Aaron Finch, and he didn't even move. He didn't even turn around to the umpire. I think he's trying to stay nice and calm at the non-striker's end, and Ashton Agar doesn't look overly calm at the moment.
Chamira turns at the top of his mark, comes in. Agar gets this one, hits down the ground. It's going to land just between the two fielders at mid-wicket and long on. So he's able to get through and pick up a couple. Agar moves to 13. Australia 1 for 26 in the sixth over.
Just pulled that a little bit more leg side than what he was hoping to, but that's probably fortuitous with a long on in play. Just plugs in the outfield, and there's a whole lot of space out there. It's a tough field, the MCG. There's lots of big pockets. Twos are a lot easier to score on this ground.
4 off the over so far. As Chamira comes charging past the stumps once more. Agar hits in the air through mid-wicket, just wide of the fielder there. They turn and come back again for another couple as Shanaka does the fielding in the deep. 1 for 28. Agar moves to 15 from 22 deliveries.
Maybe this will just help to get him going here. A few twos, all of a sudden you start cutting down the deficit between runs and balls, as well as getting up and down the wicket. So the adrenaline, just start to get yourself moving and feel like you're working into your innings. Because what he doesn't want to do in this situation is then throw it away. You've chewed up those balls. Now you've got a responsibility to get it back to at least evens.
Getting a golden opportunity to open the batting. Ashton Agar awaiting Chamira. Hits in the air, just over mid-wicket. Just couldn't get a right hand to it, and they'll pick up another couple. No. Ashton Agar almost thought about a third. Chamika it was who had the arm up, and it was just over him as he was trying to backpedal at mid-wicket. The right arm at full stretch, the end of the over. Australia 1 for 30 after 6 overs. Ashton Agar on 17 and Aaron Finch on 2.
You feel a bit stiff as the bowler there, the fielder right on the ring. Nearly got a fingertip to that. And it's actually well bowled, the over. We saw a good short ball. Ashton Agar not finding the middle of the bat with any of those deliveries, and ball going in the air each time. Start to feel like, gee, I'm a bit unlucky here. Could have easily picked him up in that over.
So we're going to see some leg spin. No. Thought they were about to give the ball to Jeffrey Van der Sey. Instead, they've gone back to Kumar.
And he bowled with good pace. I think he was difficult. Use the short ball again was good. A surprise. It was to Ben McDermott. He had to get out of the way. He thought it was going to hit him.
So Lahiru Kamara back into the attack from the Great Southern Stand side. So he's got deep square, fine leg, third man, deep cover, long on as this first delivery is full and wide outside the off stump. Finch drives but straight to extra cover where Mendez does the fielding. If you're Aaron Finch, you'd prefer to face Kamara, wouldn't you? He's had troubles with the spin. I would have thought it is the right time to bring in Van der Sey.
I think he would take pace any day of the week, especially if it's going to be fast but not a whole lot of swing. You would think that was his best option. I agree with you. Spin would have been more challenging to Aaron Finch early in his innings.
Kamara in, short ball down the leg side, and a wide is called. Finch couldn't get any bat onto it on the way. Not to mention Hasaranga not playing, who would have loved the opportunity, of course, showcase his spin bowling against some of the best batters in the world.
I love him, and I love that low position he gets into. That is so hard to do as a bowler, to get into that really low position to let the ball go. Spinners always talk about having consistency in their action, but to be inconsistent and then still try and land the ball in a good area, that's such a hard thing to do. I think he's got some great tricks.
Aaron Finch having a look at the gap at deep backward square leg and fine leg. There's Kamara once more down the leg side. He's lost his range here. Australia 1 for 32 in the 7th over. How many of Hasaranga's balls could you pick if you're at the striker's end?
Not many.
I don't think there'd be too many who could.
And the good thing about being a spinner is that sometimes you don't know what you're bowling either, and so it just becomes it just becomes like you call it natural variation. So I'm sure some of them will come out of his hand a little bit differently, and everyone will be saying, "Oh, what's that mystery ball?" And it's probably just come out of his hand funny as well. So he's probably got a whole lot of variations we don't know about.
Back-to-back wides for Kamara. Short ball. Finch gets underneath it. It should be caught. A deep square underneath it. The catch is taken. And Aaron Finch fails again. Couldn't help himself. The short ball came, looking to pull and got a top edge. And he's out for 2. Australia 2 for 32 in the 7th over.
That's a really good piece of bowling. Short ball to Aaron Finch. He wants to take it on. He can do nothing but sky it. And it's a really good catch getting underneath that. We're trying with these slower balls, and it just wasn't working. Going back to bashing the wicket and bowling with good pace, and it brings about a wicket. And Aaron Finch continues to struggle in this series. And it brings out Glenn Maxwell. He's going to come out under all sorts of pressure that he's not used to.
So Dashuna Gunatilaka had to sit underneath it for a long time, swirling in that breeze. He was able to hang on, and Sri Lanka get their 2nd wicket.
And it is pretty breezy out there. We can see the flags moving around. So it wouldn't be an easy catch. It's going to be a little bit swirly. You're not really sure. You're hoping that it's not going to get into the lights and make it too challenging. But Sri Lanka need to make sure they can take every opportunity, and that's a good catch to get them going.
So Glenn Maxwell makes his way out to the middle. 33 years of age. Keen to get amongst the runs, up to 39 from 26 deliveries in Canberra. 15 in the 2nd T20 and just 7 in the 1st. It'll be interesting to see what his mindset is. Does he try and accelerate the run rate a little bit right from the outset, or does he allow himself to get comfortable with Australia 2 for 32? Ashton Agar's on strike as Kamara comes in. A short ball hit in the air. It's going to land just short of fine leg. And Agar gets through for a single. He moves to 18. Australia 2 for 33 in the 7th over.
He nearly got that too well, Agar. He thought he was just flipping it around the corner. It's nearly travelled all the way to that fielder. I feel like he nearly got away with one there, and he'd be happy to be at the other end. I think Glenn Maxwell's a good person to be out there batting with Ashton Agar. I think he's the sort of guy that's just going to play his natural game no matter the situation, or no matter how his partner is going up the other end as well. So it might just allow Agar to play with a little bit more freedom.
So the new batter, Glenn Maxwell, on strike. As Kamara comes in. Oh, edge! And he couldn't take it, Chandimal, down low to his left. Glenn Maxwell's off the mark. This rocketed off the inside edge, and in fact it bounced in front of Chandimal, to give him credit.
It was a really good piece of work. Oh, he's moved well. Chandimal there. I thought it was potentially a drop catch, but you're right, it has bounced in front. It just seems like everything they're doing at the moment, they've got the momentum. So can they pick up another 1 or 2 wickets really quickly here?
Kamara up to 146 kilometres as he comes in. A short ball to Agar. And a wide is called. So Australia 2 for 35 in the 7th over.
And the short balls have been a lot more effective We saw him try the slow balls, 2 balls down the leg side, trying to take the pace off. I think if you're bowling the sort of paces that he is, that one was 142 kilometres an hour. I think that's a really good weapon when you've got a team that's under the pump at 2 for 35.
I think back to Ashton Agar's test debut, Trent Bridge playing all those short balls. Kamara into the left-hander who rocks back and chops into the offside, into the covers for a dot ball to close out the over. So, in fact, I've sold you short. There's one to go. Sorry, Beamsy. 2 for 35 with Agar on 18 and Maxwell on 1.
Still here with you, Clinchy. It's like it's
the
nearly like there's
like
a button and it just springs you out of your chair. That would be good up here, I reckon.
Got a tight little commentary box here at the MCG, but one of the best seats in the house. On the front row, looking down as Chimera comes charging in to Agar, a full delivery, digs it out, hits down to mid-off, takes off with a single. Throw went to the striker's end, which was a wild throw in the end, and Maxwell was able to get home. So that is the end of the over, and Australia are 2 for 36 with Ashton Agar on 19 and Glenn Maxwell on 1. The wickets are for Ben McDermott, caught and bowled. Thikshana out for 9. Australia at that stage were 1 for 19 in the 5th over. And Aaron Finch caught. Gunatilaka bowled Kamara out for 2. After Sri Lanka posted 8 for 139 from their 20 overs. They lost 6 for 12 in a horror show. 19 balls after making a pretty good start. They were 1 for 35, 2 for 75, and then all of a sudden they were 8 for 122. Dirk Nandes comes back in to join you on Grandstand Cricket. What have you made of the fast bowling of Sri Lanka, Dirk?
Out of nowhere, we've suddenly got a game. The fast bowling's been electrifying. Short balls have been on target. I've bowled the odd wide here and there, but what I like about that is they're trying stuff. They're trying to keep Australia guessing, much like the Australian bowlers kept Sri Lanka guessing for much of that innings.
So Jamika Kunaratne is into the attack, bowling from the members here. Right arm medium fast to the left-handed Ashton Agar, rocks back and pulls in the air. It lands inside the 30-yard circle just forward of square leg. It's able to get through for a single as Gunatilaka throws it in.
Ashton Agar to 20. Yeah, he's found the going tough, hasn't he? Balls that, if you're a top order player, you'd be at least be able to score off. Ashton Agar's just found himself in a little bit of a rut, a bit of a hole, just not able to rotate the strike. It's almost as though now he's just resorted to just trying to whack the ball.
If I get out, so be it.
Yeah.
Try and find the middle of the bat. Glenn Maxwell's here awaiting Karunaratne. He chops down on it, plays it forward of square on the onside. Wants to come back for 2. Good running from Maxwell. 3 Sri Lankan players verged on it. In the end, it became Mendez's ball to gather. Just a bit too lazy in the field. Maxwell moves to 3.
That's a really good example of the difference between having a quality top order player and someone who's sort of a pinch hitter, I guess. Maxwell able to turn that onto the leg side for 2, which was a ball that by rights the bowler's beaten him.
2 for 39. Karunaratne comes in, bowls to Maxwell, flicks it beautifully off his hip in the air down towards fine leg. He's coming back for 2 again. He knows his MCG boundaries well. He knows that there's 2s on offer if he can just hit it wide of the fielders. And Maxwell 5 off 3. Australia 2 for 41.
That shot's just rude. It's almost
just makes it look so easy.
Wow, it's like a flick over the leg side as though you're playing it off your pads, but he's playing it really out, almost outside of off stump the way he's playing that ball. It's a remarkable pickup shot.
Karunaratne in, right arm over the wicket, and Maxwell this time trying to step across and flick it once more. Didn't quite get the full bat on that off the bottom edge. It rolls forward a square on the onside, through for a single. Maxwell to 5, Australia 2 for 42.
It's sort of a cross between a flick off the pads and one of those sort of helicopter shots.
Yeah.
But he's targeting over, almost hitting towards fine leg is where he's targeting.
It's almost like a tennis sort of topspin forehand almost flick, isn't it? Step across, use your wrists and...
Yeah, but off the back foot, so it's strange.
Karunaratne hit hard back down the ground by Ashton Agar, straight past the bowler. Geez, that was hit well. Straight down the ground for 4. And Ashton Agar is swinging freely now.
Slow ball, 107k an hour.
Agar to 24, Australia 2 for 46.
Amazing how quickly the pace of the game changes. Suddenly you feel that change of bowler, pressure's gone off a fraction.
Expensive over so far. Karunaratne, his next delivery into Ashton Agar. He got that off the bottom of the bat as he plays it down the ground to long on for a single to finish. So Australia 2 for 46 after 8 overs. 10 runs coming off that over. Same stage. Sri Lanka were 1 for 57. So Australia currently going at about 5.88 per over. The required run rate is 7.75, but knowing that they've got plenty of hitting down the order with Josh Inglis, Marcus Stoinis, Matthew Wade. How would someone like Matthew Wade feel when he's been asked to open the batting in various other formats, and yet it's almost like they want to give Ashton Agar this opportunity to see if they can find a spot for him?
That's exactly what I think they're doing. I would imagine they've spoken to Matthew Wade about it. I don't think he's someone who'd let something like that happen and not at least ask a question of why or want to know why.
Lahiro Kamara is going to continue from the southern end. Bowls to Agar, flicks it outside off stump. It's in the air. It lands just short of the fielder. A backward square leg. Agar able to get through for a single. He moves to 26. Australia 2 for 48 at the start of the 9th over.
But they're trying to find a way to keep Ashton Agar in the side because his bowling is so valuable. But I mean, it was an iffy plan at best, I think. I just don't think he's suited to being a pinch hitter at the top. Who knows, might have proven wrong, but it just doesn't quite seem to be his game.
Glenn Maxwell on 5, awaiting Kamara. He turns it down the ground, plays to long on. From outside the off stump is able to pick up a single. Maxwell to 6, 2 for 49 in the 9th over. But wouldn't that solve half your problem if Maxwell can, Wade can bat at the top of the order, and all of a sudden, although they do like the Stoinis Wade from the World Cup, don't they?
Yes, and what's your victory there if you put Wade up to the top? I guess you're not getting an extra bowler out of doing it.
No. Kamara with 146 kilometres that last delivery. This is short. It's hit off the top edge. Should be caught. Backing back. The catch is taken at mid-off. And Ashton Agar's innings comes to a close. Out for 26. Australia 3 for 49.
A bit of a limp finish. That was a slower ball, half tracker really, and well outside off stump. It was almost like a baseball hit, really. That's what it demanded. Ashton Agar trying to hit that back over mid-off and just didn't quite middle it. Got it upper part of the bat and it just ballooned. Relatively easy catch taken and what at times was a stop-start innings comes to a close. I'm not sure how long they're going to keep going with that experiment, so I'm not sure it's working.
So 26 from 31 deliveries. Australia 3 for 49.
In some ways, it's you could almost say that it's almost unfair on Ashton Agar. You know, I think they're sort of artificially trying to fit him into a position in the team, but I don't necessarily think that's the right thing for the player.
Kamara having got the wicket of Aaron Finch, then gets the wicket of Ashton Agar. A good catch taken by Kusal Mendez. So he's been doing his bit. He's picked up 2 for 15 so far in his 3rd over. Theekshana with 1 for 12 from his 3 overs. We haven't seen Van der Sar, the leg spinner, yet. Glenn Maxwell on strike. A short ball from Kamara. He looked to try and ramp him. Couldn't quite get any purchase on it as Chandimal takes it behind the stumps. Josh Inglis is the new batter who's made his way out to the non-strikers end.
What I've really enjoyed about the Sri Lankan bowlers tonight, the quicks in Chamira, Lahiru as well. They haven't just been out and out pace. They've rolled their fingers on balls. They've bowled short, slower balls. They've bowled the odd couple of genuine fast bounces, well targeted.
Kamara into Maxwell. He's on his toes, playing it out into the covers, quickly off for the single, and he'll comfortably get home in the end. Deciding not to release the ball, Nasanka. And Australia bring up their 50. 3 for 50 in the 9th over.
And I think sometimes as a fast bowler, you get carried away when you see a bouncy pitch. This is a good pitch. The balls are bouncing through pretty well when you bowl the bouncer. You can sometimes get carried away with that and go almost exclusively to fast-pitched bouncers. But they're also content to go to the slower one. They're changing things up, and I think that's showing some good maturity in their bowling. Again, I think their bowling's been excellent across the series.
It's not their bowling that's cost them, is it? It's their batting. Apart from Nasanka, they haven't had enough at the top of the order. Kamara just 3 so far, and another short ball off the over as Josh Inglis is able to get underneath that. The end of the over, Australia 3-4-50 after 9 overs with Maxwell on 7 and Inglis yet to get off the mark. Score an invite to Glenn Maxwell's wedding?
Yeah, scored an invite. I actually got a little bit of a head start as well.
You two are relatively good mates, aren't you?
Yeah. We managed to know the date before others knew the date, so we booked ourselves some accommodation right next to the venue before anyone else knew the date. So we got
you had the test venues before the test venues were known. You got the cheap accommodation.
But Aaron doesn't get cheap accommodation.
Sounds very familiar to my place.
Yeah, we don't get the drive-in motel. That's not normally our...
none of the Canberra accommodation.
What are you saying there?
Just not the best.
Taxpayer were happy with our accommodation.
Not the best we've stayed at. Jeffrey Van der Say is into the attack. So the 32-year-old picked up 1 for 32 in Canberra. Into the side for Hasaranga. So what can Jeffrey produce here? The quicks have delivered. Comes in. Over the wicket, down the leg side. Maxwell trying to sweep hard. I don't think he got much on it. And he's able to get through for the leg by, and a wide is called. 3-4-51. 3-52, should I say.
It's probably not ideal for your other date to be put out there, is it?
Probably not, no. So that's his second wedding that the date's been publicised on social media. Van der Say comes in, bowls to Inglis, just pops up on the onside in the air momentarily. Van der Say was a little bit slow in moving, so it wasn't really a threat of a catch, but did just get off the bottom part of the bat. Inglis through for the single, 3 for 53 in the 10th over. There's more going to that second wedding, is there? Over 300?
Plenty.
Yeah.
Heaps.
And how many would go to the Australian wedding? You would be one of how many, do you think?
I reckon there was 100.
Van der Say to Maxwell with a hat on. He swings hard, hits through the covers. Quickly takes off for the first, and that's all he'll get. As Gunatilaka does the fielding in the deep.
But the challenge as a cricketer having a wedding is that there's cricket going on all around the world all the time. And so...
finding the gaps.
Yeah, no matter how many people you invite, there's going to be plenty who can't make it.
3 for 54. Inglis rocks back, pulls this shot. He might have dissected the fielders just forward of mid-wicket. That was a good shot. Despite there being 2 in the deep, Mendes racing around. He wasn't able to offer much support. And in the end was able to find the rope, dissecting the 2 fielders.
Powerfully struck. That's a huge boundary out there. A square on the MCG to both sides, really. That's...
So it was Mendes who was trying to dive low to his left. He at least got there. And Nasanka was trying to provide the support. A boundary, reverse sweep now. Well executed from Inglis. He's hit this fine enough past the fielder at short third, and back-to-back boundaries. Three for 62. Inglis moves to 9.
Where did they start pushing the boundaries back at the MCG to the full distance like they are now? Because they started, there was that period there where they were bringing it in 30 metres off the boundary on the leg side. Who governs that?
It's a question I don't know the answer to. Van der Sey into Inglis. He rocks back, hits it down the ground, plays it to long off for a single. He moves to 10. Australia 3 for 63 with 1 ball to come in the 10th over. I mean, the ICC send out their regulation through Cricket Australia, which gives you the dimensions of the ground. Van der Sey comes in, bowls to Maxwell. He rocks back, drives it forward a point. He's able to get through for a single to close out the over. Australia 3 for 64 after 10 overs with Inglis on 10, Maxwell on 9. I'll pass that to you, Dirk, because I'm about to leave, so at least you can answer your own question. And Corbin Middlemass is about to join you.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June.
Thanks to Clinchy, Glass Animals. Aussies 3 for 64 at the halfway mark. Maxwell on 9 and Inglis on 10. By the way, Sri Lanka at the same stage were 1 for 73. So the Aussies 9 runs behind that and 2 wickets worse off. Though Sri Lanka only got to 139, so the target 140. You got the playing conditions. Are you still talking about the Hindu weddings, or what?
No, we're onto the size of the ground.
Karunaratne bowls the 11th over. First ball to Maxwell, who pushes out to Nasanka at cover. There's no run.
So Clinchy's handed me this piece of paper that tells me how big the ground is, but what it's telling me there is that the 27-metre circle should be painted 27 metres away from the stumps. That's basically all it tells me, Clinchy. That's a great document. Thank you.
It doesn't tell you how far the boundary is.
No.
It's Karunaratne from the southern end of the ground. He's bowling to Maxwell over the wicket. It's a slower ball. Hits him on the pad. Big shout for the leg before. They scurry through for a leg by. It's a long appeal. He was really happy with it, Karunaratne. Now, where's Shanaka? He says, yes, we want to have a look. So we're going to the video. Second ball of the Karunaratne over. And Maxwell facing a leg before decision here.
Third umpire director. We have a player review for LBW. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Original decision is not out. Can I start front on, please?
Lots of shaking of the head. Looked like it was one of those balls again where the...
Oh, you got your cord tied up in the microphone. There we go.
Too much turning around. One of those balls that he kind of bowls that slower ball, almost like the leggy that comes out.
Ball is close to the bat. Can we go to leg side hotspot, please?
So they used their other referral. It was missing leg on that occasion, and that might be the problem again here.
I reckon this might be umpire's call.
Roll it through. Nothing on hotspot. Check with RTS, please. Flat line. Spike when it hits the pad.
So no bat involved.
No bat involved. Can we go to tracker, please?
Donovan Kosh, the TV umpire you can hear. Here's the ball tracking.
Pitch in line. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing.
Oh.
Can you put the umpire back on screen, please? Sam, I need to stay with the original decision of not out. Signal now.
Missing leg, so Maxwell survives on 9. The Aussies get the leg by. They move to 3 for 65. And both reviews have now been burnt. What was that? The conversation with Maxwell and Sam Nagowski?
Talking about it, but not even being close.
Karunaratne on his way into Inglis. On leg start, clips it off his pads for 4. Fine leg up inside the ring. A boundary for Inglis. He moves to 14. The Aussies 3 for 69.
That's a bad follow-up. Drifting down leg. That can sometimes be the challenge when you're bowling those almost leggy or rolling the fingers over the ball. Sometimes when you're bowling your regular ball, you just tend to slip it down leg side.
Field back on the leg side. The right-handed Inglis awaits Karunaratne outside off. He's cutting. Diving effort at point. A hand on it on the way through. And they'll get a single for it and a wild throw as it comes back into the keeper over Chandimal's head. Gee, it had a bit of everything from Van der Sey. He was at backward point, diving out to his left. Did well to get a hand on it. In the end, they got 2 for it after a wild return.
That's a shocking throw from the 27-metre circle, which is painted, funnily enough, 27 metres away from the stumps.
Which that sheet tells you all
That's
about.
Right. Mind you, I have found on this sheet that the maximum a boundary can be is 90 yards.
Inglis awaits Karuna Ratner. Slow ball, clips it through mid-wicket. Just took the pace off at wanting 2. He won't get it.
And the minimum it can be 65 yards. So you'd have to think that that square boundary at times is pushing 90 yards, I would imagine, because it's massive on the leg side, particularly when bowling from the southern end.
11th over of the run chase. The target is 140. Aussies 3 for 72. They were 3 for 45, so partnership building here. Karuna Ratner to Maxwell. Slower ball, short, pulled out into the deep. To Gunatilaka. Just a single off the last ball of the over. So 11 overs down in the run chase. Maxwell to 10. Inglis is 7. 3 for 73. I heard you discussing Maxwell's wedding and the leaked invite that was doing the rounds. Have you ever been to a Hindu wedding?
Once.
It
was a Samit Patel's wedding in England, and it was an unusual affair because he invited a few cricketers. I'd met him once before. This was, I think it was the first time I actually met him that he gave me my invite. He was playing with me at Nottinghamshire, and in the wedding, he put all the cricketers out in front. Right, you guys are going to stand out there and have your welcome drinks. And it was as though we were there as props for all the extended 300 or so relatives to get photos.
Van der Sey starts a new over. Maxwell in the baseball cap pulls it out to Masanka at deep mid-wicket for 1.
So it was a very unusual experience.
Wow. That is unusual.
It was like all the cricketers were there as props for the photo opportunity.
Was it just one day?
Yeah, just one day. So a little bit different to the multi-day events.
Inglis on strike. Van der Sey to him. Inglis hits it in the air. Over extra cover. It'll land safe. 2 back on the offside. They'll get a couple for it. They're deep pockets. Gunatilaka moves around from deep cover to field. They get back for 2. Inglis to, what does he go to? 19 now. The Aussies 3 for 76 in the 12th.
That was a good shot in the end because he was nowhere near that ball. He was absolutely done for all money in the air.
Van der Sey well flighted. Inglis down the track. Hits it high in the air. Getting around underneath it. Oh, it's 6. It was a good effort from Chimera, who was working around from long off. He leapt in the air. The rope behind him had hands to it. And as he came down, he was over the rope. It'll be 6 for Inglis. They're going upstairs to check it. Regardless, he's not out.
On the contrary, I think that was a poor effort. He made his way around. And he was under it so easily. He's got time to look around and see where the boundary is. They train this enough to be able to tell where the boundary is. It's part of their warm-up. And he's just almost lamely jumped over and afterthought looked to where the boundary was. It's really poor effort.
Inglis to 25 with the 6, 3 for 82. So no longer just a great piece of fielding. That's just expected now that he does better there. Wow. Inglis on 25 off 10. Gets a full toss. Works it in the gap. Wide of long on. They want 2. They'll just get the 1.
If you're running flat out, going back towards the boundary, or flat out running parallel to the boundary, and you take an unbelievable catch and you inadvertently go over the line, fine. But there, he's stationed under the ball for a long period of time. He's got the ability, while the ball's in the air coming to him, to look down and actually see where the line is.
Maxwell's cutting through cover. Gunatilaka back patrolling the boundary. Puts in a slide, and they'll get back for 2. So expensive over for Van der Sey. Maxwell to 13.
And the amount of balls that they get at training in that sort of situation. Got to be better than that.
One to come in the 12th. Van der Sey well flighted. Maxwell on the ground just tucks it down to long on for a single. So end of the over. What's that? 9, 10, 13 off it. Maxwell 14. Inglis is 26. Australia are 3 for 86 now after 12. The target is 140, so this partnership now worth 41 unbroken for the fourth wicket.
And this is the period where Sri Lanka did poorly. Not so much these overs in the game, but when a partnership is in for a little while, they're manipulating the field and manipulating the bowling and changing where the fielders have to be. They're getting ones and twos all the time. If they can't hit it for 4 or 6, they're getting ones and twos. And that's the pressure that you get. And that's what turns a 140 score that Sri Lanka have got into a 170 score, 180 score that should be somewhere near par.
All right. Maharu Kamara is going to start a new over. Bowls to Maxwell, who turns it to mid-wicket. Well fielded up inside the ring. Be no run, and that's Asalanka at mid-wicket. A dot ball. A big storyline coming in was Aaron Finch down at first drop tonight. He did say during the week he could bat as low as 5 before the end of the series. He was...
Why?
Does he mean like a left-hand, right-hand thing? Is that what he was thinking? He replaced the right-hander tonight. As Maxwell gets a slower ball on leg stump, turns it through the vacancy at mid-wicket. Gunatilaka back, and he'll get 2 for it. Moves to 16. He ended up with 2 off 5, so that's 11 times in his last 16 innings he's been out with a strike rate under 100 playing T20 international cricket.
Who would have been the left-hander to come in? There's no other left-handers to come in.
That's true. What have you got? Finch, Inglis, Maxwell, Stoinis, Wade. Yeah, I haven't got a good explanation as to why he bet that low.
I don't know why he's slipping down. The head's sitting on the bench. Maybe Head comes in and...
Kamara outside off, and Maxwell almost drags it on. It was a slower ball. He tried to heave it away on the offside, got a bottom edge and almost dragged it back onto his off stump. Through to the keeper, a dot ball.
No doubt the pressure is starting to mount on Aaron Finch. He's, if he wasn't the captain and doing such a good job as the captain of the team and no obvious contender to take over from his position, then of course he's under huge pressure if someone else comes in.
Kamara short to Maxwell, balloons well over his helmet, and that'll be a wide. 3 for 89 now in the 13th over, the target 140. There's obviously other candidates in terms of the batting role. I mean, you look through the guys
absolutely.
that can bat up the top.
Who's the obvious captain?
Is it Mitch Marsh?
Glenn Maxwell.
Both possible options.
No one's pushing Maxwell on their side anytime soon.
It's an interesting conversation, and the backdrop to all of it is that they're the world champions. They just won the last major tournament. Surely that buys you some time and some equity in that position as Maxwell drives down to long on for 1, so 3 for 90 now.
Oh, I just don't think we're there yet.
Yep.
But the pressure is growing, absolutely. It's a conversation that has to be had. I don't think he's necessarily there. But, yeah, there are some problem signs. And it doesn't seem like the days of Aaron Finch coming in being 20 off 10 are as common as they once were. And that used to be his strength. He would come out and absolutely dominate right from the start.
Inglis back on strike on 26. Kamara to him now, and Inglis wristily whips it down to long on for a single. 3 for 91, Inglis to 27. The other thing is, too, look at someone like David Warner. He's reworked his game. He's not the same sort of explosive, straight out of the gates kind of player. Steve Smith is trying to find his feet in the format still in the team. It's probably the one out of the 3 that probably suits him the least. And then you have Aaron Finch. So it's sort of not that you have one of those guys. It's almost like you have 3 of those guys in the top 5.
And it would be keeping the likes of McDermott out of the team.
Kamara on middle stump, and Inglis... Maxwell rather drives down to long on for 1. 3 for 92. End of the 13th. Inglis 27, Maxwell 18. So the Aussies need 42 from here. There's 7 overs remaining. So pretty simple equation. They need a runner ball on the run home, still with 7 wickets in hand.
But it is a good position to be in, isn't it? I think it shows the quality of Australian batting in the T20 format. At the moment.
So McDermott, Inglis, Josh Phillippe, If you wanted to head down that path, sort of all on the outside looking in. As we get closer to a home World Cup, this will be the venue of the T20 final. The Aussies obviously hoping their title defence goes that far. September, October, later this calendar year. Do you know which game I'm looking forward to, Dirk? Here at the G. Pakistan versus India. Tickets sold out in 11 minutes. 11 minutes. 100,000 people here.
What's the record for selling out the G?
Oh, that'd have to be close. As Tikshana starts his last over, he bowled 3 up front, and Maxwell tucks him down to long on for 1.
How long does it take a grand final to be sold out?
Well, that's so difficult because they stagger the ticketing over multiple days. So it's like you have one team supporters on day one, and then eventually by the time they, if any, go on sale to the general public, it might be sort of 3 days down the track. Tikshana on leg stump, and Inglis back in the crease again, just takes it down to long on for another single, 3 for 94. You know, the record would be something random. It would be like a visit,
a rock concert,
a
Michael
visit from
Jackson
the Pope or something, or like it would be. Yeah, I'm sure there would be a record for it.
Because I know he played here, what, 5 or 7 nights or something like that.
Tikshana outside off. Maxwell's cutting. Gunatilaka's back on the boundary. He'll get to it, but it's 25 metres to his left, so they get back for 2. 3 for 96. Maxwell to 19. Did you see the story that
Liverpool football game, maybe?
Yes, that's a good point. See the story that Kanye West wanted use of Docklands, but there's an AFL game there in round 1. I noticed he didn't want to come to the MCG, so as a result, he's had to delay his tour dates. As Maxwell's back and pulling, he's picked the gap nicely out on the leg side. Nice diving effort. It's just thrown back inside the rope that Van der Sar has to throw in. And in the end, they get back for a couple. It was Chamika out in the deep, who had to put in the diving effort to save 4. But already 6 off the over, so 2 to come from Tikshana.
What would that be? Too much dosh to rent this place?
I don't know. I actually think it'd go pretty well. Like, if there's ever an artist in the world, Kanye West would be very well supported, I'm sure, if he wanted to go close. Trying to sell out the G. Tikshana again on leg stump. Maxwell immediately calls 2. Chamika off the boundary keeps it to a single.
Just this manipulation of the ball at the moment is outstanding. Using these deep pockets and challenging for 2 every time, not just bludgeoning the ball out to the deep and hoping the ball goes to the boundary. They know if they can't hit it to the boundary, they're trying to hit it right on that 30-yard circle and come back for 2.
Australia were 3 for 45. They're now 3 for 99. So the 50 partnership is up and continues to grow as Inglis cuts out to the sweeper on the offside for 1. So 3 for 100. Maxwell 24. Inglis on 29. 140 the target for Australia, so they need 40 off the next 6 in cruise control after being 3 for 45. The wickets up the top. Ben McDermott went for 9, caught and bowled Tikshana in the 5th over. Ashton Agar opening the batting again. He was out for 26, caught Mendez off the bowling of Latharu Kumara. And then Aaron Finch, his lean run continues in at first drop. He was the second man out, went for 2. Caught Gunatilaka, bowled Kumara. Maxwell 24, Inglis 29. More from Dirk Nannes throughout the night. And the Aussies closing in as Kristen Beams sits back down. Beamsy.
Hey, Corby, good to be back. Feels like Australia are just rolling through here.
Chamira on his way in, back from the southern end, bowls to Inglis, who again just rocks back, wristily whips it away through square leg out to Gunatilaka for a couple. He's 31 off 15, Inglis.
Yeah, and what they've both done really well is to get up and down the wicket, but push them hard for the 2s, and it's all of a sudden that it just felt like the pressure just went straight out of this innings for Australia, and in between they've found the boundary at times, but actually just what they've done is just that manipulation, and Sri Lanka haven't really found an answer for that. We see their boundary riders are actually still quite deep on the boundary rope, and Australia weren't in the same position.
Chamira full outside off. It's worked away on the offside by Inglis. To Chamika out at deep cover and a single taken Inglis to 32. Australia 3 for 103.
So what I like to see the Sri Lankan boundary riders do is just get in another 5 or 10 metres and say, look, you know what, we're going to take a bit of a gamble here. We're going to cut down these two, so at worst they're only going to get a single, and if they want to push harder and try and get the boundary, they can go over, or they can try and pierce that gap. But at the moment it looks like it's just kind of rolling along, and it's all playing into Australia's hands, and once you can get that manipulation, the boundary comes much easier to find.
Chimera on his way in again, full on off stump, and Maxwell hits it to Nisanka, who fields at cover, and there's no run. Glenn Maxwell married an Indian woman, so he's got a traditional Hindu wedding over, I think it's 6 days, he was saying. So there's events on sort of different days throughout the period, which I must admit I was fascinated by when I heard him talk about it the other night. Have you ever been to
No, I haven't.
a traditional Hindu wedding?
I'm just thinking it's a lot of pressure on you as the people getting married to have
Big
the
week.
spotlight on you for a whole week.
Chimera, short outside the off stump, and Maxwell picks it up, whips it over the head of the keeper Chandimal, and down for 4 in front of the sight screen. Perfect placement on the uppercut. He moves to 28.
Oh, that's a really nice touch there from Glenn Maxwell. He's very deliberate in where he's trying to go. He's gone straight over the keeper's head. And that's what happens when things all of a sudden feel like they're going your way. You've got nice momentum. You get a ball like that, and instead of knocking it down to the deep third, you manage to be able to find the gap, and now we see Sri Lanka under more pressure.
3 for 107. Only 33 needed from here. There's still 5 overs left after this. Chimera charging in again. Bowls full to Maxwell, who drives to Nisanka again at cover. There's no run. One game to come in the series, Benji. It's sort of felt a bit played out at times, hasn't it? 3-0 coming in. The Aussies have been had the game relatively in their command again tonight. So one game to come on Sunday. It'll actually bring the curtain down on the international summer, which when you look back on the year in cricket, or the summer of cricket in Australia, it's been very successful on the field, but boy has it been dramatic off the field. Maxwell cuts away through cover. The ball darts across the turf out to Jamaica in front of a packed Sri Lankan supporter base at the Ponsford or City end of the ground, and they get back for 2. We'll be able to have a bit of fun looking back on all of that come Sunday as part of Grandstand. 3 for 109, the Aussies after 15. There's 5 overs to come. Matt Clinch is stepping in to join Kristen Beans.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
There's no rhyme or reason. You tell me that I'm dreaming. But this is what believing.
Thank you, Corby. As a Victorian, I've tried to do some research about quickest ticket sales at the MCG,
What have you got,
but
Clinchy?
I've come up with nothing.
Oh.
Come up with, biggest shows at the MCG across 2 days. Madonna had 96,000. Rolling Stones had 88,000. Eminem had 80,000. I think it's a grand final probably for AFL that's matching it with those World Cup numbers in which Corby was mentioning. Of course, the tickets are so accessible. $5 for kids. Van der Sey starts a new over. Rocking back, Inglis pulls just forward of square leg. Pick up a single as it's fielded in the deep. Donatilla doing the fielding. 3 for 110 at the start of the 16th over. I know Adelaide, they had a lot of rock concerts at the Adelaide Oval. They'd always get good crowds. I've lived in just past North Adelaide. I could hear them from my backyard. It was good fun. Maxwell whips this through mid-wicket. Hits it hard. Takes off quickly for the first. Turns and comes back. Good running from Inglis, who was running into the danger. Non-striker's end. Maxwell to 32. 3 for 112 in the 16th over.
Yeah, it's just becoming a little bit too easy here. Maxwell's touch has been excellent. He's found the right angles. They've run hard between the wickets, these two. It's been a good partnership.
Glenn Maxwell with the cap on, rocks back. Hits it into the covers where the fielding is comfortably done by the captain, Shanaka, who's patrolling the covers. There's a point and a backward point as Maxwell looking to just open up the blade and missed it as he's beaten by Van der Sey.
still feel like it'll be something random that's going to be that 100,000.
Football game, soccer game or something.
Yeah, it could be a
Inter
soccer
Milan
game.
or someone coming to play here. Liverpool. Van der Sar comes in to Maxwell. He leans forward, plays it through mid-wicket. Wanted to. Inglis says no. It's well fielded in the end with Karunaratne charging in from deep mid-wicket. Did enough just to put the seed of doubt in Inglis's mind that the 2 was on offer. 3 for 113. 1 ball to come in the 16th over. 4 runs so far off it. Van der Sar comes in. Inglis rocks back. Is able to drive just through the gap at cover and backward point for a single. So the end of the over, 3 for 114. Inglis 34 from 18 deliveries. Maxwell 33 from 32. Matt Clinch and Kristen Beams with you on Grandstand Cricket.
For Sri Lanka here, they've got to be able to find a wicket. So for the skipper, he's going to say, look, who's my best option to get a wicket? I think we need to see some more attacking fields here. I think if allowed to just roll on, these 2 will continue to just knock it into a gap and take their 2s. The run rate required is only 6.5 at the moment, going at less than what they're going at the moment. So there's no pressure on them at the moment. So whether it's some different fields, whether it's an extra fielder inside of the ring, I mentioned as well these fielders on the boundary, I'd rather see them another 5 or 10 in. I think they've just got to try and find a way to squeeze and take that wicket. Otherwise, Australia will sort of walk to a victory here without being under pressure.
The right arm fast of Chimera bowling from the southern end. Into Inglis, hits in the air, backward a point. Oh, right into the Toblerone, into the rope for 6. Hit it on the full. Whipped away at that. That went like a rocket.
That has flown off the bat of Inglis there. And just too short and a little bit too much width. And he's just thrown his hands at that really nicely. Really like an uppercut. And it's hit the Toblerone on the full. And now bowler under pressure. Boundary off the first ball. It's always going to make it difficult. And how are you going to try and get yourself out of this over, knowing that runs, they don't need too many.
So on the full end of the rope is 6. If it bounced just before it, of course, it'd be 4. 3 for 120. Chimera comes in. Inglis, there's an edge there, and Chanamal takes the catch. So after flaring his hands at a wide one to start the over, Chimera answers back to get the wicket of Inglis, out for 40. Australia 4 for 120.
Just coming back into Inglis there. Not the right length or line to play the shot that he did. Just really hanging the bat out there, and it's nearly catching practice for the keeper here. Knocking it straight into his gloves. But that's a good piece of bowling, good comeback after the previous ball. It was 6. And gee, they needed that, Sri Lanka. And now they've got to find a way to try and jump in. If they can get Stoinis early here, try and go bang, bang and see if they can put a bit more pressure on Australia.
So 40 from 20 deliveries for Inglis, including 2 6s and 3 4s. And it brings Marcus Stoinis out to the middle with Australia 4 for 120. So Stoinis hasn't been required too much in this series with the bat. Made 12 in the third T20, 19 in the second and 30 in the first. The hero of the World Cup, and it took a while to sort of find his groove in that finisher role. Not an easy position to find yourself in. He found himself, of course, bowling at the death of the SCG, and that's an all different set of pressure and circumstances, but with the bat he's become far more comfortable. 505 runs from 37 T20s, a highest score of 78 with an average of 28. Signed for the new IPL franchise, so we'll be excited for what that might potentially offer. But he's here with Australia, 4 for 120. As Chimera comes in, a short ball that's off the bottom edge as Stoinis tried to follow it. He's got it fine down to third man. And he's coming back for the second. And it's good running in the end. Just a little bit slow from Theekshana in the deep and allowed Stoinis to comfortably get back for 2. 4 for 122.
Just climbed a bit on him, more than what he thought, Stoinis there. Ended up just sort of hanging the bat out, just nearly dabbing it to get it where he needs to. But I like him in this position. I think his ability to hit really good cricket shots, wants to hit the ball straight, and just knows how to get it over the rope.
Chimera into Stoinis, wide outside the off stump, beautifully driven. Just wide of mid-off, through extra cover. Barely moved as he delivered it to the rope for 4. 4 for 126. Marcus Stoinis moves to 6.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's just a great cover drive. The fast bowler's got his back up, he's charging in, and all of a sudden Stoinis just puts it straight through the gap on the offside. And again, no pressure now for Australia with only a run rate required of 4.2. It's becoming very easy with these boundaries.
So 12 off the over so far. Stoinis taps the bat. 14 required from 20 deliveries. He's taken the pressure right out of this one. Chimera wide outside the off stump, and Stoinis drives to cover point in the deep. Picks up a single to move to 7. 4 for 127 with one delivery to come in the 17th over.
Just a bit too easy here at the moment, and these two have a really good combination. Maxwell and Stoinis played a lot of cricket together at the Melbourne Stars and just know each other's games really well. And what a nice time to be able to meet up in the middle, only requiring the 4 runs and over. And Sri Lanka really not sure what to do. The field is just staying the same.
13 off the over, plus a wicket down the leg side. Maxwell hits it down to wideish fine leg. He didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. It was rather fortunate because it was wide of Kamara, who would have been prized to take the catch, but it landed well short of him. So a single for Maxwell to close out the over. 4 for 128 with Maxwell on 34 and Marcus Stoinis on 7.
It's time now for the captain to make some change with this field. Rolling along at the moment isn't going to work. So he needs to go to your best bowling option, but also think about what this field needs to look like. Maybe some in-out fields. Make sure the fielders that are inside the ring trying to cut the angle. And just maybe an extra fielder has to come inside. You're not going to be able to defend when they only require 4 and over here.
So 12 needed off 18 deliveries. And the leg spinner, Jeffrey Van der Sey, is going to continue from the members' end here at the MCG. Could be trouble. Maxwell comes down the pitch, hits it in the air momentarily wide of a lunging Van der Sey to his right. Just a single to start the 18th over. 4 for 129.
Tough ask for the leg spinner as well.
Isn't it?
You get brought into the attack when they only need 4 and over. You must be thinking, what did I do to the captain to deserve this? But you've got to see the opportunity to say, and I like this, it looks like a first slip's going in play, and that's what they have to do. Even though it leaves a big gap on that offside, they've got to try and take wickets. It's the only way in this situation.
So deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off is back, and there's also deep point. As Van der Sey comes in, bowls to Stoinis, who rocks back, hits straight back down the pitch. Van der Sey diving low to his right, couldn't get a hand onto it. So another single.
Just a hint of turn. There's not a lot of spin on offer here tonight. Looks like it's a pretty good wicket, even though the scores haven't necessarily reflected that.
10 required from 16 deliveries, so Sri Lanka need a wicket here. And they love it to be Glenn Maxwell. He's on 35. Van der Sey comes in, reverse sweep, he got it, hit it in the air and made it a full toss. And he's able to work it backward a point and will pick up a couple. Sounds like Maxwell and Stoinis are enjoying the shots they're trying to execute almost as much as anyone.
You don't get too many times in international cricket where you feel like you can just play with a little bit of freedom, that you're in such a position that it's nearly a game that you can't lose. Famous last words by me, but it must be an enjoyable time.
8 off 15 needed. Maxwell rocks back, hits hard, through extra cover. It sets a challenge for the fielder. He's not going to get there. Kamara was racing around, trying to work around to his left, and Maxwell just hit it well enough to reach the rope for 4. So 4 needed for victory. Australia 4 for 136.
Yeah, you're just trying to finish it now. Let it go too long, as you sort of see looks like the physio is running around to have a look at one of the Sri Lankan fielders here.
Yeah, that's Lahiro Kamara, who was trying to race around, so he might have a bit of a tight hamstring there.
Yeah, it looks like a hammy to me, which is not a good sign.
4 needed for victory for the Australians. Can Glenn Maxwell finish it here? Van der Sar comes in and Maxwell hits it straight down the ground. Hits it hard. This is going to take an effort to try and cut it off. It is. And they'll be able to come back and pick up a couple. I think Maxwell thought he'd hit it hard enough as Mendes races around to his left and was able to get it.
Well, we didn't know where the sight screen was in the way. I was hoping you were going to guess and just say, like, that's 4 runs.
No, can't guess in this caper. 2 needed for victory. Van der Sar comes in, Maxwell rocks back, hits it down along on just for a singles. So just the 1 run required for victory. And that's the end of the over. Australia 4 for 139 when Glenn Maxwell on 44 and Marcus Stoinis on 8.
Well, it's been a dominant performance, and Glenn Maxwell again does a job in the middle order for Australia. Not the best situation to come to the wicket when he did, but he's found a way and continues to just play with his own natural game, regardless of the situation. And he'd be thinking to himself now, I'm on strike, I'm on 44. Finish it with a 6.
Can I finish it with a 6?
Can I?
Surely not.
And maybe it'll be something a bit obscure, I think. That's exactly what I'd be thinking. Surely.
Dasun Shanaka has brought everyone inside the circle, apart from deep extra cover. So final leg, third man coming up. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, all inside. Mid-wicket, square leg. As Shamika comes in and Glenn Maxwell does finish it. Pulls over mid-wicket. It rolls to the rope. And Australia win by 6 wickets with 11 balls to spare. Australia 4 down and Glenn Maxwell finishes on 48 not out. Marcus Stoinis on 8. Australia lead this T20 series 4-0 and a chance to make it a 5-0 sweep on Sunday back here at the MCG.
Great win for Australia, led again by Glenn Maxwell. And for Sri Lanka, unfortunately, they'll look back at this game and think there were periods of time where they had the momentum, they were on top, and they just weren't able to hold on to it for long enough to put enough pressure on Australia. 139 was never going to be enough in this game, but they've showed some signs that are exciting, and I think they'll be looking forward to Sunday and saying, well, you know what, we need to get this win, we need to finish off this series well. But for Australia, coming off the back of a World Cup win, we're saying, well, we're pretty well placed leading into this World Cup, but I think with the teams that we've seen and the performances we've seen, well, I don't know what their best 11 is going to look like by the time we get to the T20 World Cup.
We're going to have plenty of time to debate that between now and the start of October. So Australia won the toss and elected to bowl. Sri Lanka posting 8 for 139 with Pasam Nasanka top scoring with 46 from 40 deliveries. Asalanka with 22 and Kusal Mendes with 27. He was run out by Glenn Maxwell. Sri Lanka lost 6 for 12 in a horror show, 19 deliveries. For the Australians, Kane Richardson picked up 2 for 44 from his 4 overs. Jai Richardson 2 for 20 from his 4. And Ashton Agar 1 for 14. Adam Zampa also picked up 1 for 26. In response, Australia led by Ben McDermott, caught and bowled by Thikshana, out for 9. 1 for 19 at that stage. Aaron Finch was caught Gunatilaka for the bowling of Kamara, out for 2. They were 2 for 32. Ashton Agar experimenting still at the top of the order, out for 26. Caught Mendes, bowled Kamara. 3 for 49 at that stage. And then the final wicket to fall was Josh Inglis, who was caught Chandimal, bowled Chamira for 40 from 29 deliveries. Glenn Maxwell not out, 48 from 39 deliveries. And Marcus Stoinis 8 from 4 deliveries. So Australia winners by 6 wickets, 4 for 143 with 11 balls to spare. So we'll be able to get some reaction from down in the Australian camp. No doubt they'd be relatively happy with the way in which they were able to execute there. It didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure really to come out blasting on a wicket that seemed pretty favourable to batting, but given they'd been able to keep Sri Lanka to a reasonably low score, 139, it always felt like it was going to be a 150 plus wicket, and they were really able to just ride through the gears in the batting.
Yeah, I think the bowling was again very good for Australia, and you look at an Ashton Agar to to get through your 4 overs, take a wicket and go at an economy of 3.5, and Zampa as well at taking a wicket at an economy of 6.5. I think when your spinners are able to do a job like that, you're able to restrict the opposition, and their bowlers really set it up for them and allowed the Australian batters to really just go about their business. Glenn Maxwell played his natural game. I think Josh Inglis looks very good at this level. I think there's still some question marks up top. The Agar experiment didn't really work tonight. Aaron Finch still looking for some runs as well, but I think all in all they'll be happy. They've had different contributors throughout this series so far, and that holds them in really good stead. I think leading into World Cup tournaments and other big T20 games across a season that you just need lots of different contributors, because your form will come and go, and it's a tough format. It can be a little fickle at times.
Let's get some reaction from downstairs. Let's head down to Corbin Middlemass and Dirk Nannis.
Thanks, Clinchy. I've got Dirk alongside me. The Aussies winners again, so 4-zip in the best-of-5 series with one game to come on Sunday. Off the back of 40, putting together a nice little series. Josh Inglis joins us on Grandstand Cricket. Josh, well batted tonight.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was nice to get the win again and spend a bit of time out in the middle.
So all of a sudden you've played 4 games. You've got at least a start in all of them with a couple of nice scores, a 40 and a 48. How have you felt across the 4 games? Yeah, I felt really good. I'm just a bit disappointed with getting out there and not being there at the end. Me and Maxie really spoke about that, putting the onus on ourselves to be out there at the end of the game. And unfortunately, I got out just before, but pretty happy with how I played and the partnership we built. It felt like you guys were able to completely flip the script. You were 3 for 40 odd, in a little bit of trouble chasing a low target, and what you and Glenn were able to do really from ball 1, turn the strike over, be able to gain momentum again back for Australia. What was the focus when you first arrived at the crease? What was the chat between the two of you? Just to build a partnership, really, just to be really nice and busy. Obviously the run rate was, I think, just around 8, so we knew an over or 2 of going well would bring it down nicely, and I thought we were able to do that.
In terms of the team, there seems to be so much chopping and changing at the moment in this format. Talk us through some of the challenges involved in a team that always seems to be changing.
I suppose, batting order-wise, I think you probably want to stay in one role, really, just so you can get used to that role and really nail that down and spend time doing it, because T20 cricket's a hard game, and you are going to miss out at times. So, is your role still? Do they tell you before the game you are batting this position and it won't change? Yes, well, pretty much. Obviously, the game situation sometimes dictates a change, but I am told before each game where I'm going to bat. You work in the field tonight, Josh. I saw you underneath a real high ball at one stage. Felt like it went as high as the floodlights, and somehow you were able to stand underneath it bare-handed without the gloves on and still hung onto it. Yeah, it's pretty easy out in the field without those gloves on. I'm not sure what Wade he was doing. The ball, like you said, it went above the stand, so he was looking at me, I was looking at him, but right. It was all good. It was pretty hard with the lights to pick it up, so yeah, I'm just happy I held on to it. We thought you must have called him out of it. I thought you were saying, look, just stay clear. Definitely didn't call him out of it. How have you found the experience being in the field? Obviously, you've kept so much in recent times, both at state, club level, and now running around in the field again. Yeah, I actually really enjoy my fielding. I just like, especially with wicket keeping, you're always in the game, and when I am fielding, I want the ball every ball, really, and I want to be involved in the game in every play. So, I've actually really enjoyed it. It's a nice change, and I used to do it as a kid plenty, so it's been good fun. You haven't been home in a minute. I don't know if you've caught up with the news, but the border's opening on March. I've seen that. On March 3. Yeah, we'll wait and see about that, I reckon. Do you have a view on the fact that that's finally coming up? No, no comment. In all seriousness, though, you haven't been home in a long time, and you've got the tour of Pakistan coming up. How are you finding that, living out of a suitcase essentially on the road for what has been quite a few months now? Yeah, it's tough. It is really tough. I obviously haven't seen family and friends and stuff for a while, so it is what it is. But I've got the opportunity to play cricket for Australia, so I'm just stoked that I'm in the team at the moment and just trying to enjoy every minute. What's your release when you're on the road? It must be hard. What's your actual release that takes you away from being in this sort of bubble? You've been away for so long. What have you found works best for you? I think, the World Cup especially, we played heaps of golf. I haven't always
You
been
any good?
No, I'm not very good. I've only just started playing this year, really, so I'm actually really enjoying it at the minute, so I'm trying to play as much as I can, and yeah, just hanging out with the boys, really, going for walks, coffees, that sort of thing.
Pakistan's on the horizon. There were reports last week about a number of players being hesitant to travel. Are you one of them? How do you feel about the upcoming tour?
No, I'll be going. Yeah, it's obviously tough. We haven't been there for such a long time, though, so it's very exciting. All of the security and stuff we've got is next level. Yeah, I'm okay with it and looking forward to getting over there.
I think I was in primary school the last time Australia played a test series in Pakistan. You probably weren't even born, I don't think, the last time that happened, Josh. But what are you expecting in Pakistan, conditions-wise? It must be a really exciting challenge as a cricketer to think that our team's heading back there again.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Obviously, like you said, we haven't been there for so long. I think it's been 25 years, so... No, they're a great cricket team at the minute as well. They're strong in all forms, so I'm expecting a really good series. I think in the past they've been very flat spinning wickets, but they've got really strong depth in their pace bowling, so I expect probably greener wickets and more bowler friendly, I think.
I don't know if you're on social media and seeing what Marnus Labuschagne's been doing by taping down little bits of steel on he is not well on a plastic mat outside his house, and he's been sort of practicing against a taped up tennis ball. You haven't been doing that in the corridors of the hotel,
I
have you?
haven't, no, and I won't be doing that either.
Do you think that'll make the trip, the rolled up plastic, and maybe you can...
Maybe that's what I need to get myself a game.
There you go. Josh, well done on the series so far. Great to see you in Australian colours. You've been in and around the squad for so long. Another nice 40 tonight. Good luck for the game on Sunday and the tour of Pakistan to come.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Josh Inglis with us on the back of 40 tonight for the Australians. So Clinchy 4 for 143. I know the presentations are sort of close by, but we're down here as well. If you need us in just a moment, I'll throw it back to you for now.
No worries, Corby. Thanks very much. If Aaron Finch wanders your way, see if you can grab him. Otherwise, Kristen Beams and Matt Clinch here with Australia victorious by 6 wickets. Always interesting to hear the players' perspective as to how they embrace the challenge of all of a sudden being thrown into international cricket. Josh Inglis sort of summed it up nicely there, feeling a little bit uncomfortable without the gloves, but when you look at this Australian side, there's no shortage of keepers. So when you get your chance, you have to take it in whatever means and method it comes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you always think about, what is going to be that opportunity. You think about what your dream role is, what you'd love to do. But then, you know what, they tell you can bat in a certain position. You may or may not have the gloves. You take whatever's on offer. And that's what it's all about. And you hope that once you get in the team, it becomes a whole lot easier. I think as a player, you spend so much time on the outskirts. You might be in the squad. You might be having good domestic performances, but not able to crack it into that team. But once you get in, you hope that you can really set a platform and then be able to get the positions that you want. And he comes across like a guy who looks really comfortable at that level right now. And I'd expect to see some change. There's 3 potential wicket keepers in that team if you count McDermott as well. So what they could potentially be doing in that team over the next 6 months, 12 months, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him with the gloves on sometime soon.
And they love keepers being involved in the game, don't they? They never want to be too far from the action.
No.
Receiving the ball behind the stumps or getting a fair bit of a dialogue between the captain and the bowler as to when to use the reviews. But
yeah, well, spinners are always the keepers are always your best friend. So you always want to stick tight to what the keepers are doing. They play such an important role. They're nearly an on-field coach.
So I think there's 11 games for Australia to go before the opening game of the T20 World Cup. It's here, obviously here in Australia. Australia hoping to get to this final, which will be held at the MCG. So how much room do you think there is for experimenting with your lineup? And at what stage do you feel like you'd want to know roughly what your best 11 is? Because I think there's one days against England, T20s against England, and some against the West Indies before the World Cup takes place. So they'll get to settle in on their 11 once they get a little bit closer. But for the moment, how willing would you be, if you're a part of the Australian camp, to say an Aaron Finch bat at 5 if you think your spot might be on the line?
I think this series is probably nearly the end point. I think definitely from a batting point of view, I think the bowling side of things is a little bit different because you're always going to have the potential injuries of your bowlers. You're going to be resting and rotating your bowlers a little bit. So I think as a bowler, you always feel like there's going to be some change, and that's something that bowlers are really used to. I think on the batting side, it's a little bit different. I think batters, and we saw Inglis, or heard Inglis talk about it just then, is that you kind of do want a little bit of certainty. So I think they would want a good run of saying this is going to be our top 6 or 7 batters, and we're going to consistently play those batters in position in the lead up. The bowling side of things, I think they'll leave that really late. I think they'll continue to chop and change, because I think there's a big want for them to play the likes of Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark. Whether they all play in the same team or not, I think there's some question marks around that. You would think that Hazelwood is first selected, but, does Stark play in the same team then, or do you move them around? You've got guys like Daniel Sams who've been very effective as well, left arm, taking the pace off and doing different things. And do you go in with the extra spinner with Agar as well? He hasn't put a foot wrong.
So we've seen often in T20 cricket, the variety bowlers can often be most successful at the end. You look at Josh Hazelwood and Pat Cummins, you think, right, are they locks?
Yep.
Mitchell Stark?
Well, it's a tricky one. I think it'll be dependent on the wickets, because I think his ability to swing a brand new ball, I think if he's in your team, he's there to try and take wickets in the power play. And that's where sometimes all of the information and all of the analysis that they do might play a role. If the wicket looks like it's going to be conducive to swing, if they're top orders within the team they're playing against that look like there might be a bit of wobble against the swinging ball, I think I'd expect that in that situation Mitchell Stark is going to be in that team. So it's just where that they want to use him, because all of a sudden if you've got Hazelwood and then you've got Cummins, we saw Sams open the bowling tonight. Will you open? Sometimes Glenn Maxwell opens the bowling, so I think he's in the role if he's going to open the bowling. And
Adam Zampa obviously a lock as well.
Yeah, I think so. I actually think the other important bowler, and he didn't have quite the night tonight, is actually Kane Richardson. I think he provides a lot of variety, and I think if you've got guys like Zampa and Richardson, then you can nearly put in your other quicks and your other bowlers in and around, because you're going to have enough variation with Zampa and with Richardson as well. So I'd expect both of them to play the majority of the games, but the makeup of the other bowlers, it might be a little bit of, well, we think that these bowlers have a really good record, so we're going to go with them this game. And that is a tough thing for a bowler, especially in a World Cup, because when it comes to a World Cup, you want to get picked in the first team and you want to play every game. But I think you're always kind of looking over your shoulder and trying not to make eyes with the national selector that's travelling with you, because there's nothing worse than being rested or rotated out of the side.
So if you look at Kane Richardson tonight, 4 overs, 2 for 44. Jai Richardson was the more economical 4 overs, 2 for 20. So I guess he's always been a threat, be it in the Test side, be it in the one-day side or the T20 side. If he can get his body fit, we might be able to finally see on a consistent basis what he can do, and you never know, he might leapfrog a couple on the way. Yeah,
I really enjoyed where we were listening to him talking about how the selectors had a really open and honest discussion with him around having the winter of actually just preparing to play red ball cricket, and I think that's really good communication from the selectors to be able to do that and say, look, this is the role that we see you playing. And I think what we then saw in the Test was a guy that did look better for it. He looked better for the pre-season. He looked probably the fittest that we've seen him in terms of the balls that we saw, the pace in which he bowled, the bounce. So, I think that he's a bowler who can play a role in just about any format. I think it's going to be just how much he's got underneath his belt and maybe what the makeup is of how the other bowlers are going. I mean, we saw a bowler like Scott Boland just sort of walk into international cricket and made it look really, really easy. And it was a little bit right time, right place. And sometimes that is the case when we're talking about international cricket. Somebody else's injury could be the opportunity that makes your career.
Matt Clinch alongside Kristen Beams. We might work in Dirk Nanison and Corbin Middlemass, who are both downstairs. I want to ask you guys, 13,175 at the MCG tonight. So that's to go alongside with the 6,000 in Canberra, the 6,000 for the second T20 in Sydney, and the 12K who are in attendance for the first. So it's not the most friendly time zone, 7:10. I guess on a Friday night it's more favourable than a Tuesday night or a Sunday night. But Dirk and Corby, you're there. There was a great throng of Sri Lankan fans who are down there. What do you think the appetite is for T20 cricket at this time of the year?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the time of the year that's an issue. Yes, I think there's been a lot of cricket across the summer, and doubtless there's public who are probably tired of cricket, but I think it's more the lack of knowledge that this series even exists. I think for a lot of people, when it goes off free-to-air TV, you You don't get the commercials around it. You don't really tend to know what's actually going on around it. A lot of the people, anecdotally, I was at a cricket game today, and there was only 2 of the 11 in the team that actually knew the game was on tonight. So I think that's a pretty good indication that not that many people in Melbourne actually know that the game goes on. So given there were so many people here today, 13,000, and particularly Canberra, I was okay with the crowd in Canberra. I think that's probably more of an indication of the state of play in terms of free to wear, and things have got to change on that front, I think, moving forward in future.
Oh, but you can't can't have the national team behind a paywall?
I don't think so.
I
think you have to look at England and have a look at the trend of what's happened here. When the summer starts behind a paywall, the summer ends behind a paywall, I think that's problematic in the long term. I don't think it's something that we can necessarily go down the path and be someone like in England and see. If you are pragmatic and sober in looking at what's happened in England, I don't think you can afford to go down the same path. Even though you see the dollar signs at the start, I don't think long term you can do it.
And I think that's a huge part of it, which sort of people overlook, is that Foxtel eventually get to pick up these games because they're passed over by the free-to-air networks. The free-to-air networks decide to pass over them because they feel like they're not worth the money that's been put on it. Fox are happy to come along and pay it, and as a result, they get some exclusive content for their dedicated cricket channel as a result. But you're right, it does disappear in part out of the public consciousness. The other thing that's important to remember here is I think the missing New Zealand series doesn't help as well. That was meant to be the bridging point between the end of the Test series and this series taking place, and yet after we really had nothing from the men's national team, all of a sudden this series just popped up out of the ground, and now we're playing 5 T20s against Sri Lanka. And it feels a little bit that the governing body's just trying to get to the finish line on this international summer. And by hook or by crook, let's get these 5 games out of the way. They were meant to play some of them up on the Gold Coast and in Queensland. They moved them, nice and simple. Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, done. Full stop, move on to overseas tours.
But I don't think you can say that free-to-air aren't interested in these games. I think they would be interested, but the price was too high. And so that's a decision that needs to be made at the higher levels of Cricket Australia as to, how much do you want to not sell your soul for, but sell the impact or the eyeballs to put it behind a paywall. I just think it has to be free to wear. I think that's for the good of the game and for the longer term growth of the game and the health of the game, not next year when, yes, you might have an extra 100 million in your pocket. I don't think that is 100 million worth spent. I think that is better off being extra eyeballs on the TV and the growth of the game in the long term.
Yeah, the Big Bash is going through the same conversation, where essentially they worked their product up to a point that it was worth what it was, and then once it was worth that much, the only people that could afford to pay it was essentially News Corp, who came to the party, and they pay the lion's share of the TV deal. So the game has the economy that it does based on the money that they're getting by having exclusive content on pay TV. It feels like, and it's not part of Australia's culture the same way it is around the world. So I think we've got, less than 30% of the country have pay TV. But the huge part that comes with it is that the massive economy that the game obviously benefits from. So, you are robbing Peter to pay Paul in some ways by taking the money that's on offer. Is it a trend, though? Is this, are we worried that, or not so much worried, but is it just a sign of the times that venues like Canberra and regional centres around the country, is that going to be home for the national team, do you think, going forward? The same way we have seen in India at certain times as well, where they take these games to different parts of the country rather than always playing them at major centres. We've got a 100,000 seat stadium that had 13,000 people here tonight. Is that a trend, do you think, going forward, that we could see sort of these big games at smaller regional venues?
I don't think you can call this a big game. Australia-Sri Lanka, the 4th game in a T20 series tacked onto the end of the summer, is not a big game. So,
but once upon a time, any time the national team played, when we used to have the old triangular series, and
but that was the peak of summertime. That was the Big Bash time of the year.
But how many times do the national team play a year? They come to your town, your city, major cap city, once to play a test match, and the only other time you see them is right now. And so that's our national team, and all of a sudden it's a off-Broadway 13,000 event.
This used to be sort of the over-under started at 55-60.
This used to be sort of the over-under started at 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55-60. 55
maybe that's just a sign of the times. And a change in the appetite for what people want to watch and for what people want to go to. There's a whole lot of choice out there. Cricket's just one competing component for so many choices out there for people to go and see. And frankly, there's a fair bit going on. I've been commentating on the Winter Olympics as a good example. There's other things that are on at the moment that would be, diverting. But same thing goes. I just think for cricket's health, I think they can ill afford keeping it behind a paywall, and that's probably for me the biggest problem for cricket at the moment in Australia. Not, fourth T20 of the series.
Beamsy and Clinchy, this is a very long answer, I know, to the
No,
question
I'm
that you've asked. But the one thing that I would point out is that I love the 5 o'clock start on Sunday. So we saw last Sunday night, it was a thrilling game of cricket, but by the time it finished, Sunday night's effectively a school night, and it's almost 11 o'clock by the time they wrap up the Super over. So I like the idea of a 5 o'clock start, and essentially you're still playing the game in the twilight, but there's a big difference between the game being over at 8:30 and being over at 11:30, for example, if you started a bit earlier.
That's a parent who's organised a 5:15 start. It's fantastic. and it takes away the excuse of not coming, I guess. It's a great time of day to hold a game. You can get your weekend over and you still get a game of cricket at the end. So for me as a parent, I think it's a wonderful time to start a game, and it takes away a lot of those excuses. Will it get as many eyeballs on the TV? Probably not.
What, because it's 2 hours earlier?
Are you watching TV on a Sunday night at 5:15?
So I've been poisoned a little bit because I do a podcast with Ed Cowan, and he is notoriously in bed when Fat Cat goes to bed. So as a result,
when does Fat Cat go to bed?
Is that a WA thing? He goes to bed at 7 o'clock, I think, or something like that. But that might be a very West Australian thing. But Ed essentially is always whinging that events finish too late. But who's watching after 10:30 anyway at night? So it's a chance for the game to conclude a little more in a family-friendly time zone, at least for people that have pay TV. We must point out, of course, that the game is behind a paywall. What do you guys think, Beamsy and Clinchy?
Look, I think that the time of the year influences it. The fact that school's back, kids are back in school sport. I can't dismiss the fact that it hasn't been all that well promoted, but I think come the T20 World Cup, there'll be no shortage of tickets because they're available at a easily consumable price. And there'll be games played in Geelong and all sorts of other areas, which is probably the opportunity missed. You could hold this game Junction Oval rather than the MCG if you're not going to get a crowd of 40,000 like they had 5 years ago, but that's a bit of the reality of the circumstances.
I think for me the domestic cricket and the domestic product has become better and better, and I think that's also played a role. I think more people have watched the Big Bash. We're also seeing actually more female cricket content than what we would have previously seen as well. So I think at times those sort of one-off T20 series have probably had a lot of eyeballs on them because people weren't seeing a lot of T20 cricket, or there wasn't a lot of option even within cricket, let alone the other sports as well. So I think that the content, the amount of content is playing a role in why we see the crowds that we see at the moment. But I'm also pro boutique venues. I think it's worked really well in the female game, filling boutique venues, and then for the very, very top games that you think you can fill big stadiums, then put them in big stadiums, because for me it's all about the atmosphere, not necessarily counting every bum on a seat.
We're going to get a bit of time to continue to talk about this on Sunday. So Corby, Dirk, thank you very much. We will chat with you both on Sunday. Just before we wrap up, we can probably bring you some of the presentation courtesy of Fox Cricket. So here's the reflections of both captains and the player of the match, Glenn Maxwell.
I'd like to invite the losing captain, Dustin Shanaka, to the microphone. Dustin, when we last spoke in Canberra, you said there were no positives to take out of the game. What about tonight?
Yeah, there are a few positives, but yet again, not enough runs in the board. So particularly their main spinners bowled really well in the game.
How exciting to see Kumara bowl at the pace he did.
Yeah, he's been, in the World Cup campaign and so long with us. So it's interesting how he came back. So he really proud of him, the way he bowled today.
And Pathum Nissanka, he's been one of the shining lights this series, batted well again tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all been good, but what is important is winning. So what we are lacking at, so hopefully we will come better in the next game and pull out a win.
And finally, what about the crowd here tonight? Felt like a Sri Lankan home game.
Yeah, it's always nice playing in Melbourne. Home crowd, they are very much onto it and they are enjoying it. Unfortunately, we are not able to put a win on the board. So I must thank all the crowd who came in numbers today.
Well said. We'll see you again on Sunday.
Thanks. Cheers.
Now the winning captain, Aaron Finch. Finchy, it's clear you've been experimenting a fair bit this series. What did you learn tonight?
Oh, our bowlers got shuffled around a little bit as well, so it's just one of those things. We keep searching for information and, we keep getting it, which is nice.
Ashton Agar, 1 for 14 again this evening off his 4 overs. Have you ever seen him bowl better?
No, I haven't. He's bowling beautifully. The way that he controls his length at the moment and his subtle variations of pace have been outstanding. So he's someone who has such a big impact on the team because he's a great fielder as well and he can contribute with the bat. So, yeah, he's just a great all-round player for us.
What's been the main reasoning behind him opening the batting?
Oh, just shuffling things around. We've been conscious to try and keep Wadey and Stoinis at 6 and 7. It's where we feel to win the World Cup, you need a really strong 6 and 7, and they showed last time. Wadey got us over the line in that semi-final against Pakistan. Stoin and Wadey both did it against South Africa in the first game. So we're trying to keep that together. So we're just experimenting with some things here and there.
And then what about Josh Inglis? He's another player putting his hand up for World Cup selection, 40 off 20 tonight. Just 4 games into his international career. He's been quite impressive.
Yeah, he has been. He's got so many options around the ground. He can lap. He's got power over the offside. He can pull. So he's so hard to bowl to because he can just hit you anywhere at different times. So it's a great matchup. It's a great strength to have in our side.
And what about your mate Glenn Maxwell tonight?
Not bad.
Not it?
No, he played beautifully. Got a few balls wrong that he bowled, but he still bowled nicely. And but with a bat, he probably showed, because Inglis got off to such a fly, he was able to just sit back and play second fiddle, which he doesn't do all that often. He's usually the one taking the game on. So to see him play a really mature role and get us over the line was unbelievable.
We'll see you on Sunday.
Cheers. Thanks, Kath.
And to our player at the match this evening, it is Glenn Maxwell. It's a nice bit of praise from the captain.
Doesn't happen very often.
Well batted tonight. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, it was really nice. Obviously, Josh Inglis came out with great intent while I was out there at the start, so it meant I could sort of play a different role and be able to just be at the other end and watch the way he goes about. And I suppose just to try and not face as many dots as we could and keep rotating the strike. There's big boundaries here, so we could try and get some twos. But the way he played, it looked like he was batting on a different wicket.
It didn't look like he only made his international debut 4 games ago. I mean, what impressed you most?
Just his range and his clearness out there. He had such great clarity about what was coming down to him and where he wanted to place the ball, and he was really calm out in the middle for just his 4th game in international cricket. So we knew he was going to have a bright future. He was part of the World Cup squad last year, and he's just getting better and better.
Finally, that Kulsal Mendez run out took us through it.
Yeah, I was a long way off the boundary, and I thought by doing that they weren't even going to take 2. Obviously, I was a little bit slow off the mark, and they took me on. And luckily enough, I hit. I haven't hit a lot from that position, so it's nice to hit the stumps and get a run out for the boys.
You always speak so highly of the great Ricky Ponting. He would have been impressed by that one, surely.
Yeah, about time. I've been pretty poor in the field this series, so to be able to pull out a run out's nice.
Well done tonight, and good luck Sunday.
Cheers, Kath. Thanks.
Glenn Maxwell and the 2 captains, courtesy of Fox Cricket with Kath Lachlan there. So, Kristen Beams, we're just about out of time here. We'll be back at the MCG on Sunday. What will sharpen the focus for the Australians? Is it just that pressure around selection, knowing that if you don't perform, there's plenty of guys waiting to take your spot?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a bit of that Hunger Games, isn't it? You've got to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward every time you get an opportunity to play for Australia. And Aaron Finch is, saying there that, we're going to keep shuffling, we're going to keep doing things, and as a player, it's probably not your ideal, but I think all you can do is keep putting in the performances. You look at a bowler like Ashton Agar, and we sit around saying, well, how do you leave him out of the best 11 from a bowling point of view? So that is what is to gain out of this final match, and for Sri Lanka, it'll be a little bit of pride. I think they need to put in a better performance and hold on to momentum when they get it, and not just have these little flashes of brilliance and then a whole lot in between.
Australia have won their 8th T20 for the first time in history. So who would have thought? World Cup champions, now they're on a roll and they've won 8 on the trot. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with playing on home soil for the World Cup. We can't wait. Thanks, Beamsy.
Thanks, Lynchy.
We shall see you on Sunday alongside Dirk Nannis and Corbin Middlemass. If you're just wanting to keep across some other sport tonight in the AFLW, the Western Bulldogs had a 12-point win over Geelong. So that moves the Bulldogs to 7th position, 3 wins and 3 losses. In cricket, South Africa are in all sorts of trouble against New Zealand. New Zealand posting 482, South Africa in response 3 for 34, so still trailing by 353 runs. There's also Shield cricket taking place at the Well. New South Wales taking on Tasmania. Day 1 there. The Blues 8 for 272 with Hayden Kerr unbeaten on 87. So he was able to steer the way after at one stage. New South Wales were 4 for 78. And Queensland taking on Victoria. The Bulls batting first at Junction Oval. Queensland 6 for 221 with Jack Clayton unbeaten on 72. So also in the A-League tonight in the men's competition, Melbourne City 3-0 against the Newcastle Jets, round 15 there. And in the A-League women, Adelaide United 2 strong for the Wellington Phoenix 4-0. Of course, there's plenty of other sport on our website, abc.net.au/sport. And don't forget, of course, Grandstand from midday Eastern time with Ben Cameron and Karen Ty, who will bring you all the latest in sporting news. Of course, the Winter Olympics finishing up and plenty of cricket, I'm sure, on the table. Thanks very much for the company. Australia will look for a 5-0 series win on Sunday. We'll see you then.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of the new podcast ABC News Daily. This is the show that will help you understand the issues affecting your world. Every weekday morning, you'll get one big story from the news source you trust, told by the journalists you know best, in under 15 minutes. Find ABC News Daily on the Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
He's been a player, a captain, a coach, a selector and a board member. He's one of 3 cricketing brothers to have played for Australia, 2 of them rising to captain the men's national team, as their grandfather once did, 30s. Highs, the lows, the controversies and the politics of a sport that still dominates Australian summers. Greg Chappell, welcome to the program.
Hi Tracy, thank you very much.
Now, since 1876, Australia's men's national team has had only 47 captains. Your grandfather, Vic, was number 20, just before the legendary Don Bradman. Your brother, Ian, was number 34, and you were next at 35. Why is the position so highly regarded in Australian sporting circles?
Look, I think it's because of the way that the game is regarded in the country. As you said, it dominates the summer, and it has done through all those years. And, it's become a very important part of the Australian summer scene. It's been fortunate enough to hold that position, as known very in the regard in which that role is held.
Without contrary, we've seen in 2018 there was Sandpaper Gate, most recently for Tim Pugger, and of course for you back in 1981 there was the underarm bowling incident. Can you just, the mind of a skipper, what happens to that, what sort of pressure there is, and in the kind of win at all costs attitude that might have been around?
Yeah, look, the job comes with a lot of responsibility, obviously, and with that responsibility there are a lot of decisions that have to be taken, and some in the pressure often at the latter end of a season. The workload off the field, as much as anything else, builds up during a season, and even though there's a lot more support for the Australian captain off the field these days to share the load around, there's still a lot of responsibility for the captain, and I think each one of us has probably had a few decisions that if we had the opportunity we'd take them back and do something a little bit differently. I don't think the attitude of winning at all costs, and I don't think that attitude has been around. Maybe a few. I don't think I think Australian teams by and large have played the game in the spirit. We play hard and we try and win. There's no doubt that that's the goal every time we start a game or a T20 match. But I think playing for a win at all costs can get you into trouble.
You speak in your most recent book, Greg Chappell, you cover everything in quite fine detail. You talk about quite specifically is this idea that captains become spent over a period of time. You felt that, but you say you can also recognise it in others. Can you give us more detail on that? How do you recognise it, and what is the impact of that?
Oh, look, I think at the end of a long season, I didn't realise when I was playing just how tired I was sometimes. You know, obviously the adrenaline is flowing and you seem to get through. And it's only at the end of a season that you realise how tired you are when the body says, OK, now you can stop for a while, you're going to lie down and have a rest. And it used to take me, 4-6 weeks after the end of a season to really feel that I was back to normal again. I remember walking into the players area in Perth a few years back, the end of the Ashes series in 2017, and Steve Smith was sitting on one of the physiotherapist benches just staring into space, and you could just see by the look on his face that there was a man that had pretty much used up every ounce of energy that he had. And when I spoke to him, he admitted that he was pretty much shot. He'd used up every ounce of energy, and that was just prior to the tour of South Africa. So you can understand that things can go wrong when leaders are in that state. So it's something that I felt very strongly about when I finished playing and spent some time on the cricket board, that we had to make sure that we provided as much support for the captains as we could, because there aren't that many. As you said before, Pat Cummins has become the 45th or 47th captain of Australia. So there aren't that many that have done it over the journey, and there aren't that many that are perhaps capable of doing it. So when you get somebody who can do it and can do a good job of it, you really need to give them the support to make sure that they can do it for as long as possible.
You've spoken of some of those positions that you've held and pretty much every layer of the game, not just here in Australia, but you've also gone on and coached in India and been involved in other parts of the world. But you do talk of being able to make some of the most far-sighted and rewarding decisions in a game that quite possibly would not be made today, because today is so much faster pace, the faster news cycle, and you speak of instant gratification. Is there a problem with the way professional sport is played today that doesn't enable those same sorts of far-sighted decisions to be made?
Well, there's a lot more cricket being played. Obviously, now there are 3 formats. You've got the IPL as well that squeezes in between whatever international commitments the top players have. So they're on the go constantly, and there isn't a lot of time to have a break and get away from the game. The demands not only of the main media outlets but of social media, and the social media cycle, if you like, is even faster than the daily cycle for mainstream media. So there is a lot more pressure on players and decision making. I think we probably had a little bit more space and a little bit more time to gather our thoughts and consider things more fully. That's not the case today, and it's nobody's fault. It's just the way that things have worked out. But I think that leads to extra pressure and the likelihood of extra problems that come from that. So again, it's incumbent of the sporting bodies to make sure that those who are in responsible positions are given as much support as they can possibly be given.
We'll talk more about the management side of the sport a little bit later, but I want to tap into your experiences in India, coaching a different national team, and I guess the cultural aspects at play, because even though the world is playing the same game by the same rules, there is really a cultural element that comes into the style of play, the way the teams are picked, and the mentality that is taken out onto the field, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. It was very different in India than in Australia for the cultural reasons. A lot more players, a lot more people involved in the game, a lot more people involved in decision making. I found out that there were many layers of selection, for instance, in India. Not only the selectors, but you had the people who selected the selectors, and the people who selected the people who selected the selectors all felt that they had a right to have a say in selection. It was much more difficult picking teams in India than it is in Australia, where you have a selection panel that is well and truly identified and is left alone to pretty much do the job. And, so therefore, and the other aspect of it, of course, is that in India there are more players and therefore pressure to change players because there are just that many more who are performing at any given time. I think in Australia it's a little bit easier in some ways that we have less players to pick from, and therefore you tend to focus on the best players that you've got and work with that group. So it was a very different scenario in India, and I had to work within that scenario. I wasn't a selector, but as coach, obviously, the selectors spoke with me as they did with the captain around selections. The zonal system in India, there are 5 main zones in India, therefore they had 5 selectors. We tend to have 3, maximum 4 in Australia. So the bigger the panel gets, the more opinions that you've got. The selection meetings tended to take a little bit longer in India because you had the politics at play, selectors from each zone, so they were always jockeying for their players to get picked in the team. So just a little bit different, a little bit more complicated, but I think by and large, at the end of the day, the selectors got things right more often than not.
Well, you would say that, wouldn't you, as a selector, Greg? I want to talk about being a selector because you can never get it right, can you? We know from our conversations at home, at work, in the pub, the selectors always get it wrong. What are those conversations like between selectors, and why is there this idea that you can never get it right?
Yeah, well, I think the thing that you learn as a selector, and I'm talking about selecting in Australia at this stage, is that there are at least 1 million other selectors around the country who think they are as entitled as you are to have a say in selection, and they are. But at the end of the day, the actual selectors are the ones that have to make the decisions. They're the ones that are closer to the action and closer to what's going on. They have more information available to them about players, their strengths, their weaknesses, their personalities, which conditions are more likely to suit the players and so on. So, I think it's much harder for the lounge room selector to get it right because they don't have all of the information. But as I said before, I think by and large the selectors get it right more often than they get it wrong. One thing that I do know is that 9 players in most 11s pick themselves. Certainly 7 or 8 pick themselves. It's the last 1 or 2 places that take up most of the conversation. And I've got to say, from my experience over 2 or 3 iterations as a selector, we've been very fortunate, the quality of people that we've had on the selection panels. We've been very fortunate about the quality of the chairman. The 3 chairmen that I worked with, Laurie Saul, Andrew Sincock and Trevor Hones, were all quality individuals and did tremendous work for Australian cricket over the journey. We had some robust discussions in selection meetings and everybody got the opportunity to have their say. And, we would talk about, we didn't always agree, obviously, but you would get the chance to discuss your thoughts about a particular player, for instance, and the others got their chance, and at the end of the session, we would agree that this was the right choice, and we would walk out of the room with a feeling that it was a unanimous decision, and I think that's been the great strength of selecting in Australian cricket.
And how much involvement is there, or how much consideration is given to how those team members are going to come together and fit together psychologically? Because I know you've done a lot of work with psychology and experts from around the world. How important is it to get that mix right and not just the physical mix of what you need for the game?
Yeah, it's always a consideration. There's a lot that goes into getting the right blend. You know that batting obviously takes place in partnerships, but even bowling takes place in partnerships. And if you've got someone bowling well at one end, you need someone who's going to blend in with them at the other end. You don't want someone like a Glenn McGrath who's going to tie things up pretty tightly at one end, and then someone who's going to be profligate at the other end and just leak runs madly. So they're important considerations. Who bats with whom. Right hand and left hand combinations are an obvious example, but it's not always just that. You can look at Langer and Hayden as a great opening pair for Australia, and they were both left-handers. But they had very different styles of play, and that combination could actually work well and worked well in confusing the opposition. Hayden was a bigger, taller individual who tended to be aggressive and hit the ball down the ground, whereas Langer was smaller, tended to hit the ball square of the wicket. The right length for each of them was quite different. And if the bowlers didn't adjust quickly between one and the other, they could be punished by the other player. As right and left-handers can create the same problems. The personalities of the players, batting together is really important. We've got David Warner, who's an aggressive opening batsman. So you don't necessarily need someone at the other end who is going to be as aggressive and maybe take some of the batting away from David Warner. You want David to be, if he's in form particularly, playing as many balls as possible, because you know that he's going to score at 60 runs, 100 balls. That's going to set an innings up for you. So you don't want two players batting like David Warner together, and therefore Harris is a good combination with Warner. Equally, you don't want two less aggressive batsmen, two very similar players batting together who are just going to soak up a lot of deliveries. So all of that comes into play. Which players enjoy batting together. Smith and Labuschagne really bat well together. They're not dissimilar in personality, but they're both smart enough to recognise that if the other one's going well, they are quite happy to take on the support role, and vice versa. So there's all of those considerations that go into picking teams. And then, of course, fielding comes into that as well. If you've got two players who are pretty equal as far as batting or bowling ability, if one fields better than the other, then that's going to be taken into consideration.
And so with all of that parked to one side, what is it like then playing as part of three brothers? Ian, Greg and Trevor. What is it like when you've got the pressure of the game itself? You've got trying to win and outplay your opponents, but you've also got this sibling rivalry, haven't you? How did that all work?
Yeah, sometimes it worked well, sometimes it didn't work so well. I know in the early stages of playing together, Ian and I struggled a bit with our understanding of batting together, because there's a 5-year age gap. So Ian's 5 years older. So we grew up separately in the early stages, and then I was old enough to participate in the backyard test matches. But we didn't play any cricket together as juniors, because Trevor's 4 and a bit years younger than me. So again, there was that separation. We didn't play any cricket together until we were adults. And as I said, Ian and I struggled a bit when we first batted together. And as Ian commented one day when asked about it, he said, look, I'm used to looking down the other end and seeing Greg as an opponent. I'm not used to actually seeing him as being part of the same team. So it took us a little bit of a while to get used to it. But then once we got used to it, there was no problem. In fact, we combined really well. We didn't have to have a lot of spoken communication, because we understood each other's personality and we understood the body language from the other person. I mean, we could bat together for days, as we did on occasions, and hardly speak to each other the whole time we're out there, because we didn't need to. We knew where we were each at, we knew where the game was at, and we managed to combine really well. I didn't play a lot of cricket other than in World Series cricket with Trevor, but again, once we got used to each other, it wasn't a problem. It might have been a problem occasionally when Ian was captain and I was a bowler, because there were times when I didn't agree with his decisions to take me off or not put me on, but I generally got put back in my place pretty quickly.
So you knew the hierarchy of things and the way they should operate. What about now, in later years, when the three of you get together, what are your discussions like, and how much reminiscing is there?
There's a little bit of reminiscing. There's always there's a few stories that come up from time to time. Cricket's obviously front and centre in many of the discussions, particularly when Ian's around, because he loves his cricket. He works still in cricket, so he's got stories around the current day as well as the past days. But thankfully, the 5-year age gap and almost 5-year age gap with Trevor was a problem when we were younger because we didn't spend a lot of time together in those years. But as we've become adults and as we've got older, that age gap, disappears almost completely. And, we get on really well. We live in different parts of the country, but we speak regularly. And, we've got a very good relationship, thankfully. And that's something that all three of us are very proud of.
And I know you get together quite a bit with the work that you do with the Chapel Foundation in raising funds for youth homelessness around Australia. How important has that element also been in the Chapel brothers' lives? Because you seem to have had an upbringing that might have been slightly different. You think slightly differently. You say yourself sometimes you're too left field for some other people. You refer to your mother's names, and of course you've got that great tradition with the history of your grandfather also being an Australian captain, but a legendary athlete across a multitude of sports. Would you say your upbringing was terribly different to many other Australians?
Oh, yeah, I would think so. I mean, our father was obviously a very keen sportsman. Mum, through her father, Vic Richardson, grew up in a sporting environment. So from an early age, I mean, from as long as I can remember, there have been cricket balls and cricket bats, baseballs and, baseball bats, footballs, table tennis, snooker, basketball, you name it, we've always had that around us. From a cricket point of view, our father was a great observer of the game. He was our initial coach in each case. I think basically he was my one and only coach from that point of view. Very good observer of the game. We got a grounding in cricket that very few people would ever have had, and I think that's probably why the three of us got to play for Australia, because of that early grounding. My father taught me to catch at 2 years of age, and he was quite innovative in his coaching techniques. He learnt very quickly that if he stood in front of me and threw the ball to me, I would look at him rather than the ball. So he stood off to the side and threw the ball against the wall and taught me to catch that way. So that was one example. The other thing he taught me from a very early age was that I had a bat in my hand for one reason and one reason alone, and that was to score runs. He insisted we play with a hard ball from an early age, so we got to understand about the hard ball, but he didn't give us any pads and gloves to play with. And the method behind that madness was that we got hit occasionally, but we soon learnt that if we used the bat properly, we didn't need pads and gloves. So that was an important lesson. And I think the other thing that he was very smart with was that he told us what he wanted us to do rather than how to do it. And he let us work out the best way for us to solve the problem. And I think that was a big part of our early learning in the backyard, was that we were actually making decisions in real time. And in our mind, those test matches in the backyard were real test matches. So that decision making was developed from an early age. And I think the one thing that I've learned over the years is that the best players are the best decision makers. So that was such an important part of our early development.
Greg, in the few short minutes that we have left, I'm not going to ask questions, but I'm going to throw you a series of names, and I'd just like to get your responses to those names. The first one is Sir Donald Bradman.
Sir Donald Bradman was a big part of our life early on. Obviously, our grandfather played cricket with Sir Donald Bradman and against him in club cricket. Our father played cricket with and against Sir Donald Bradman in club cricket, so we were aware of him from a very early age. He had an important role to play in our lives, particularly Ian and I, because he was a national selector and a state selector when we first started playing for South Australia and Australia. We got to see him a lot around the dressing room. He would come in most mornings before a day's play, and I was on the receiving end of a very good piece of advice from him as a teenager about changing my grip, which had a very positive impact on my game.
Richie Benaud.
Richie Benaud is another cricket personality who was a big part of all of our lives. He was one of my heroes growing up as captain of New South Wales and captain of Australia in that 1960s era. Most of my Australian cricket heroes of that time were New South Wales players, Richie Benaud, Neil Harvey, Alan Davidson, Norm O'Neill were the sort of players that I grew up idolising, again through our father. Whenever a visiting team came to South Australia and we were going to the cricket, he would tell us which of the visiting players were the ones that we should watch, and so we'd follow them around. I certainly would. Neil Harvey was probably the favourite of the time, even though he was left-handed. I learned a lot from watching him, not only bat, but watching him in the field as well.
Ian and Trevor.
Ian's my hero. He was my hero from an early age, being the older brother. I always wanted to do what Ian was doing. I wanted to be where he was. Sadly, with that 5-year age gap, he wasn't very interested for a few years in having me around because I was too young to be involved with his peer group. Luckily, he ran out of friends one day and he invited me to play in the test matches in the backyard. And sadly for me, I made my test debut playing for England because our test matches were always Ashes test matches, and Ian, as the older brother, was always Australia. But the good news was that he moved on and I became Australia, and Trevor had to become England. So we had I had two separate childhoods, if you like. The years where I was looking up to my older brother, and then eventually he left and I became the older brother to Trevor. And I'm not sure that I nurtured Trevor anywhere near as well as I should have done. The backyard test matches, even between Ian and I, were always very, very competitive. But I was so fortunate to have Ian in the next bedroom, because I grew up dreaming of playing Test cricket for Australia. And there in the other room, 5 years older than me, was someone who was putting the footmarks in the sand that showed me the way to go. And the two big milestones in my life were when I was 13, Ian was selected to play for South Australia. And then when I was 16, he was chosen to play a Test match for Australia. And that really brought home to me that if he could do it, maybe I could do it. And I had the footsteps to follow. I learned a few things not to do. Ian and our father Martin used to clash a little bit. If Ian had a late night and was playing cricket or baseball the next day, invariably our father Martin would meet him at the front door and they would argue for an hour or two about who was right and who was wrong. It didn't teach me to come home any earlier, but it taught me not to argue with him when I got there and just go to bed and get an extra hour's sleep. So I learned a lot of lessons, some of them even more important than that one. But yeah, look, I love both my brothers. We're all slightly different, but as Ian has said on many occasions to me, Greg, you and I are much closer in personality than you care to admit, and that's probably true.
And Greg, I'll finish on this. One last name, Judy.
Yeah, Judy's been the best partnership of my life. We met as youngsters. Judy grew up in Sydney and I grew up in Adelaide, but funnily enough, I met Judy's younger sister first through cricket, and then got to know Judy. And we've just passed 50 years of married life. We've known each other for 53 years. She's taught me more than anyone else has taught me. I think she's softened me a lot in many ways, perhaps not in as many ways as she would have liked, but the education that I've received through spending time with her has been really important to me. It's my greatest achievement, I think, is to have survived with her for 50 years, and the three children that we brought up together are our great crowning glory, and we enjoy not only time with them but with their children, and it's been such an important part of my life.